Hello everyone and welcome to tonight's extended tale on Pillow Tales Studio, the channel where we're going to dive into some historical mysteries you've never heard before, hidden truths and extraordinary discoveries. Before we get started, please take a moment to comment and let us know where you're watching, what time it is for you, and if you're enjoying your day so far. And if you haven't already, please subscribe to Pillow Tales Studio so you never miss another journey into the unknown. Now let's get to the story. Story 1. The Sarcophagus of the Mayan Queen. Deep within the lush rainforests of Guatemala, Dr. Isabel Ramirez, a prominent archaeologist, embarked on an excavation that would change her life forever. The ancient Mayan ruins had always fascinated her, and this particular site held an air of mystery that beckoned her closer. As she and her team carefully brushed away the layers of soil and debris, Isabel's heart raced with anticipation. They had been searching for the tomb of a legendary Mayan queen, known only through whispers and fragments of ancient texts. The queen was said to have possessed knowledge that could either save or destroy the world. Days turned into weeks, and the excavation progressed slowly. Isabel spent long hours examining intricate hieroglyphs and deciphering cryptic symbols. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting an eerie glow over the ruins, Isabel made a breakthrough. Hidden beneath a crumbling altar, she discovered a secret chamber. With trembling hands, Isabel stepped inside, her headlamp illuminating the darkness. In the center of the chamber stood a magnificent sarcophagus, adorned with precious gems and intricate carvings. As Isabel approached the sarcophagus, a sudden gust of wind extinguished her lamp, plunging the chamber into complete darkness. Undeterred, she fumbled for her backup light and cautiously proceeded. The sarcophagus seemed to emit an unearthly glow, drawing her closer. With great effort, Isabel and her team managed to lift the heavy lid, revealing the mummified remains of the Mayan queen. But as Isabel peered into the sarcophagus, she couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. The queen's eyes seemed to flicker with an otherworldly light, and an ancient prophecy etched into the stone walls began to glow. Suddenly, the ground beneath them trembled, and a blinding light filled the chamber. Isabel shielded her eyes, and when she opened them again, the queen's sarcophagus was empty. In its place stood a figure wrapped in shimmering robes, her eyes filled with ancient wisdom and power. The queen spoke in a language long forgotten, but Isabel understood every word. She revealed that the world was on the brink of a cataclysmic event, and only the knowledge she possessed could prevent it. But there were those who sought to use this knowledge for their own nefarious purposes, and they would stop at nothing to obtain it. Isabel found herself caught in a web of intrigue and danger as she raced against time to unravel the queen's cryptic messages. She delved deeper into the Mayan mythology, discovering hidden temples and deciphering ancient codices. Along the way, she encountered rival archaeologists, secret societies, and supernatural forces that threatened to derail her mission. As the prophecy began to unfold, Isabel realized that she was not just a mere archaeologist, but a key player in a cosmic battle that had been set in motion thousands of years ago. She had to navigate treacherous jungles, outwit her enemies, and decipher the queen's final message before it was too late. With each step, Isabel grew closer to the truth, but the danger intensified. The fate of the world hung in the balance, and she knew that failure was not an option. In a climactic showdown, Isabel confronted the forces of evil, armed only with her knowledge and the queen's ancient wisdom. In the end, Isabel emerged victorious, having prevented the apocalypse and uncovered a truth that would rewrite history. The Mayan queen's legacy lived on, her knowledge passed down to future generations. And Isabel, forever changed by her extraordinary journey, knew that she had fulfilled her destiny as the guardian of an ancient secret. The sarcophagus of the Mayan queen became a legend, a tale whispered around campfires and passed down through the ages. But for Isabel, it was a reminder of the power of knowledge, the resilience of the human spirit, and the eternal mysteries that lay hidden in the depths of the ancient world. As the dust settled and the world slowly returned to normalcy, Dr. Isabel Ramirez found herself thrust into the spotlight. The discovery of the Mayan queen's sarcophagus and the events that followed had captured the attention of the global media. Journalists, scholars, and curious onlookers alike clamored for a glimpse into the extraordinary tale. Isabel, ever the dedicated archaeologist, knew that her work was far from over. The queen's cryptic messages and the ancient prophecy had opened up a new realm of possibilities. She pored over the glyphs and symbols, seeking to unravel the deeper mysteries that lay hidden within. As she delved deeper into her research, Isabel stumbled upon a startling revelation. The Mayan queen's knowledge extended far beyond the boundaries of her own civilization. It seemed to encompass the wisdom of countless ancient cultures, spanning the globe and reaching back to the dawn of human history. Determined to uncover the truth, Isabel set out on a global quest. She followed the threads of the queen's knowledge, tracing them to the far corners of the world. From the misty peaks of the Andes to the sun-baked sands of the Sahara, Isabel sought out ancient sites and long-forgotten ruins. In Peru, she discovered a hidden chamber beneath the ruins of Machu Picchu, where a series of intricate carvings depicted a story remarkably similar to that of the Mayan queen. The carvings spoke of a great cataclysm and the need for humanity to unite in the face of an impending doom. Halfway across the world, in the heart of the Egyptian desert, Isabel uncovered a series of hieroglyphs that seemed to corroborate the Peruvian carvings. The ancient Egyptians, too, had foretold a time of great upheaval and the rise of a chosen few who would guide humanity through the darkness. As Isabel connected the dots, a pattern began to emerge. The queen's knowledge was not an isolated phenomenon, but part of a greater tapestry of wisdom that had been carefully woven throughout human history. It was as if the ancients had foreseen the challenges that lay ahead and had left a trail of clues for future generations to follow. But Isabel's discoveries did not go unnoticed. As she shared her findings with the world, she attracted the attention of powerful forces who sought to suppress the truth. Shadowy organizations, driven by greed and the desire for control, emerged from the shadows, determined to silence Isabel and her team. Undeterred, Isabel pressed on. She forged alliances with like-minded scholars and activists, creating a global network of individuals committed to uncovering the truth and protecting the queen's legacy. Together, they raced against time to decipher the final pieces of the puzzle before their enemies could intervene. In a climactic showdown, Isabel and her allies faced off against the forces of darkness. Armed with the knowledge of the ancients and the strength of their convictions, they fought to preserve the queen's wisdom and ensure that it would endure for generations to come. In the end, Isabel emerged victorious once more. The truth was revealed, and the world was forever changed. The Mayan queen's legacy became a beacon of hope, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, the light of knowledge and the power of the human spirit could prevail. As Isabel looked back on her incredible journey, she knew that her work was not yet finished. The queen's wisdom had opened up a new frontier of discovery, and there were still countless mysteries waiting to be unraveled. With renewed determination, Isabel set her sights on the horizon, ready to embark on the next chapter of her extraordinary adventure. As Isabel continued her global quest, she found herself drawn to the mystical lands of the Far East. The ancient texts she had uncovered hinted at a powerful connection between the Mayan queen's knowledge and the spiritual traditions of ancient China and Japan. In the misty mountains of central China, Isabel discovered a hidden temple complex that had been lost to time. The temple walls were adorned with intricate carvings that depicted a story remarkably similar to that of the Mayan queen. The carvings spoke of a great sage who had attained enlightenment and had foreseen a time of great upheaval. As Isabel delved deeper into the temple's secrets, she discovered a series of ancient manuscripts that contained a profound spiritual wisdom. The manuscripts spoke of the interconnectedness of all things and the need for humanity to live in harmony with the natural world. Across the Sea of Japan, Isabel uncovered a hidden shrine on the island of Shikoku. The shrine was dedicated to a powerful goddess who was said to have bestowed great knowledge upon her followers. The shrine's walls were adorned with cryptic symbols that seemed to echo the Mayan queen's prophecies. As Isabel pieced together the clues, a startling realization began to dawn on her. The Mayan queen's knowledge was not just a set of prophecies and warnings, but a profound spiritual wisdom that had been shared by enlightened beings throughout history. It was a wisdom that transcended time and culture, a universal truth that had the power to transform the world. But Isabel's discoveries also attracted the attention of powerful corporations and governments who sought to exploit the ancient wisdom for their own gain. They saw the Queen's knowledge as a tool for power and control, and they would stop at nothing to possess it. As Isabel raced to stay one step ahead of her pursuers, she found herself drawn into a web of intrigue and danger. She was forced to confront powerful enemies who sought to silence her and suppress the truth. But Isabel refused to be intimidated. She drew strength from the ancient wisdom she had uncovered and from the allies she had gathered along the way. Together, they formed a powerful movement that sought to protect the Queen's legacy and ensure that her message of hope and transformation would endure. In a final, epic confrontation, Isabel and her allies faced off against the forces of greed and corruption. In a battle that raged across continents and through the halls of power, they fought to preserve the ancient wisdom and ensure that it would be passed down to future generations. In the end, Isabel emerged victorious once more. The truth was revealed, and the world was forever changed. The Mayan Queen's legacy became a beacon of hope, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, the light of wisdom and compassion could prevail. As Isabel looked out over the world she had helped to transform, she knew that her journey was far from over. There were still countless mysteries waiting to be unraveled, still countless souls in need of healing and guidance. But she also knew that she was not alone. The ancient wisdom she had uncovered had given birth to a new generation of seekers and healers, individuals who were committed to building a world based on love, compassion, and understanding. And so, with a heart full of hope and a spirit full of determination, Isabel set out once more on the path of discovery, ready to embrace whatever challenges and mysteries lay ahead. For she knew that, in the end, the only true wisdom was the wisdom of the heart, and that the only true power was the power of love. As Isabel's journey continued, she found herself drawn to the ancient lands of the Middle East. The region had long been a crossroads of cultures and civilizations, and Isabel suspected that it might hold important clues to the Mayan Queen's legacy. In the deserts of Jordan, Isabel discovered a series of ancient petroglyphs that depicted a story remarkably similar to that of the Mayan Queen. The petroglyphs spoke of a great prophet who had foreseen a time of darkness and had left a message of hope for future generations. As Isabel followed the trail of clues, she found herself drawn to the ancient city of Petra. The city had been carved into the very rock of the desert, and its towering facades and intricate carvings had long been a source of wonder and mystery. In the heart of Petra, Isabel discovered a hidden chamber that had been sealed for centuries. Inside, she found a series of ancient scrolls that contained a message of profound spiritual wisdom. The scrolls spoke of the unity of all beings and the need for humanity to transcend its differences and embrace a higher purpose. As Isabel delved deeper into the secrets of the ancient world, she began to see the connections between the various traditions and teachings she had encountered. The Mayan Queen's legacy, it seemed, was part of a much larger tapestry of wisdom that had been woven throughout human history. But even as Isabel made these profound discoveries, she found herself faced with new challenges and dangers. The forces of darkness that had long sought to suppress the truth were growing more powerful and more desperate. They would stop at nothing to prevent the ancient wisdom from being revealed. In a final, climactic battle, Isabel and her allies faced off against their greatest foe yet. The fate of the world hung in the balance, and the outcome was far from certain. But in the end, the power of the ancient wisdom proved too strong to be denied. The forces of darkness were vanquished, and the truth was finally revealed for all to see. As Isabel looked out over the world she had helped to transform, she knew that the journey was far from over. There was still much work to be done, still many hearts and minds to be awakened. But she also knew that she had been given a great gift, the gift of wisdom and understanding. And with that gift came a great responsibility, the responsibility to share the truth with all who would listen. And so, Isabel set out once more on the path of knowledge and discovery. She knew that the road ahead would be long and difficult, but she also knew that she would never be alone. For the ancient wisdom she carried within her heart would always guide her way, and the love and compassion she had discovered would always be her strength. As the sun set over the ancient city of Petra, Isabel looked to the horizon with hope and determination. The world was waiting to be awakened, and she was ready to answer the call. For in the end, the only true wisdom was the wisdom of the heart, and the only true power was the power of love. Story 2. The Vanished Ones. Deep within the heart of the Amazon rainforest, a mystery has endured for centuries. Legends speak of a lost tribe, the Vanished Ones, who possessed ancient healing knowledge that could cure any ailment. Many have sought them, but none have returned to tell their tale. Dr. Isabel Santos, a renowned anthropologist, has dedicated her life to unraveling the secrets of the Amazon. Driven by a personal tragedy, the loss of her mother to a rare disease, Isabel believes that the lost tribe's knowledge could hold the key to saving countless lives. As she embarks on her journey into the dense jungle, Isabel is joined by an unlikely companion, a native guide named Tiago. Tiago is one of the few remaining members of a neighboring tribe, the Guarani, who have lived in harmony with the rainforest for generations. He is wary of Isabel's intentions but agrees to help her navigate the treacherous terrain. The pair soon discovers that they are not alone in their search. A wealthy pharmaceutical company has caught wind of the legend and dispatched a team of mercenaries to find the lost tribe first. Led by the ruthless Ethan Blackwood, the mercenaries will stop at nothing to acquire the ancient knowledge for their own profit. As Isabel and Tiago venture deeper into the jungle, they are faced with numerous challenges. From poisonous snakes to raging rivers, the rainforest seems determined to thwart their progress. However, the greatest danger lies in the form of the mercenaries, who are hot on their heels. Despite the obstacles, Isabel and Tiago press on, guided by ancient markings and clues left behind by the Vanished Ones. They soon realize that the lost tribe was not merely a primitive society, but a highly advanced civilization that had mastered the secrets of the rainforest. Their journey takes a mystical turn when they stumble upon a hidden cave, adorned with intricate carvings and glowing crystals. Inside, they find remnants of the lost tribe's world, ancient texts, medicinal plants, and a map that leads to the heart of their kingdom. As they decipher the map, Isabel and Tiago realize that the lost tribe's knowledge is not just about healing, but about maintaining balance with nature. The Vanished Ones had developed a symbiotic relationship with the rainforest, harnessing its power while preserving its delicate ecosystem. However, their revelations are cut short by the arrival of Blackwood and his mercenaries. A fierce battle ensues, with Isabel and Tiago fighting not only for their lives but for the fate of the lost tribe's legacy. In a climactic moment, Isabel and Tiago discover the true reason behind the tribe's disappearance. The Vanished Ones, foreseeing the destruction of their way of life, had chosen to retreat deeper into the rainforest to protect their knowledge from falling into the wrong hands. With renewed determination, Isabel and Tiago make a daring escape, leaving the mercenaries empty-handed. They emerge from the jungle, battered but alive, with a newfound appreciation for the wisdom of the ancients. In the aftermath of their adventure, Isabel and Tiago work tirelessly to preserve the lost tribe's legacy. They share their knowledge with the world, not for profit, but for the betterment of humanity. The story of the Vanished Ones becomes a symbol of hope, reminding us of the power of nature and the importance of maintaining balance in our world. As Isabel reflects on her journey, she realizes that the greatest healing power lies not in ancient remedies, but in the resilience of the human spirit. With Tiago by her side, she continues her work, determined to unravel the mysteries of the Amazon and protect its secrets for generations to come. Months later, Isabel is back in her lab, poring over the ancient texts and samples she collected during her Amazon expedition. The knowledge of the Vanished Ones has already begun to yield promising results in her research into new medicines. As she works late one evening, Isabel receives an unexpected visitor, Tiago. He brings alarming news from the rainforest. The Guarani have reported sightings of strange activity near the lost tribe's hidden kingdom. Loggers and miners, emboldened by rumors of untouched resources, are encroaching on the sacred land. Isabel knows she must act fast to protect the lost tribe's legacy. She reaches out to her contacts in the scientific community and the media, rallying support for the creation of a protected reserve in the heart of the Amazon. Meanwhile, Ethan Blackwood, still smarting from his defeat, catches wind of the new threats to the rainforest. He sees an opportunity to finally claim the Lost Tribe's secrets for himself. He assembles a new team, this time armed with heavy machinery and explosives, determined to raze the jungle to the ground if necessary. Isabel and Tiago race back to the Amazon, this time with a team of environmentalists and indigenous rights activists. They know they must confront Blackwood and his destructive agenda head-on. As they arrive at the edge of the Lost Tribe's kingdom, they are met with a scene of devastation. Blackwood's team has already begun to clear-cut the forest, their machines tearing through the ancient trees with ruthless efficiency. Isabel and her team spring into action, forming a human chain to block the path of the bulldozers. They are joined by members of the Guarani tribe, who have come to defend their ancestral lands. Blackwood, enraged by their interference, orders his men to attack. A violent clash ensues, with Isabel and her allies fighting desperately to hold their ground. Just when all seems lost, something miraculous happens. The forest itself seems to come alive, with vines and roots engulfing the machines, as if nature itself is fighting back against the destruction. In the chaos, Isabel catches a glimpse of a figure darting through the trees. At first, she thinks it's a trick of the light, but then she sees them, the vanished ones, emerging from their hidden realm to defend their home. The sight of the Lost Tribe, resplendent in their ancient regalia, stops the battle in its tracks. Even Blackwood and his men are awed by their presence. The leader of the vanished ones, an elderly shaman, steps forward. In a language thought long extinct, he speaks of the importance of balance, of respecting the land and all its creatures. He hands Isabel a small, intricately carved box, entrusting her with the heart of their ancient wisdom. With the conflict resolved, the vanished ones disappear back into the mists, leaving Isabel and Tiago as the guardians of their legacy. In the years that follow, Isabel and Tiago work tirelessly to protect the Amazon and its peoples. The reserve becomes a model for sustainable living and a haven for indigenous knowledge. And though the vanished ones are never seen again, their wisdom lives on, a testament to the enduring power of ancient mysteries. Years have passed since Isabel and Tiago's life-changing journey into the Amazon. The reserve they fought so hard to establish has flourished, becoming a beacon of conservation and a sanctuary for indigenous peoples. Isabel, now a renowned figure in the scientific community, has used the knowledge entrusted to her by the vanished ones to make groundbreaking advancements in medicine. The cures and treatments she has developed have saved countless lives around the world. Despite her success, Isabel has never forgotten the true source of her knowledge. She maintains a deep respect for the wisdom of the ancients and works to ensure that indigenous peoples have a voice in the decisions that affect their lands. Tiago, now a leader among the Guarani, has become an advocate for the rights of Amazonian tribes. He travels the world, sharing the story of the vanished ones and the importance of preserving the rainforest. One day, as Isabel is working in her lab, she receives a mysterious package. Inside, she finds a familiar object, the intricately carved box given to her by the shaman of the vanished ones. As she opens the box, a small note falls out. It is written in the ancient language of the Lost Tribe, but Isabel has long since learned to decipher their script. The message is short but profound. The journey continues. Intrigued, Isabel examines the contents of the box more closely. She finds a small seed, unlike any she has ever seen before. Instinctively, she knows that this seed holds the key to the next chapter in her journey. Isabel immediately contacts Tiago, and together they plan a new expedition into the heart of the Amazon. This time, they are not searching for a lost tribe, but for a lost piece of knowledge. As they set out into the jungle once more, Isabel and Tiago feel a sense of déjà vu. The paths they follow seem familiar, as if the spirit of the vanished ones is guiding them. After days of trekking, they arrive at a small, hidden grove deep in the rainforest. In the center of the grove, they find a single, ancient tree, its trunk twisted and gnarled with age. Isabel knows what she must do. She plants the seed at the base of the tree, and together, she and Tiago perform a sacred ritual learned from the ancient texts. As they chant, the tree begins to glow with an ethereal light. Its branches sway and dance as if moved by an unseen wind. And then, in a moment of breathtaking beauty, the tree blooms, its flowers unfurling like 1,000 stars in the night sky. In that instant, Isabel and Tiago are granted a vision of the future. They see a world in balance, where the wisdom of the ancients guides the path of progress. They see a world where the mysteries of the past are not forgotten, but celebrated and learned from. With this new understanding, Isabel and Tiago return to their lives, ready to continue their work. They know that the journey of the vanished ones is far from over. It lives on in them, and in all those who seek to unravel the secrets of the ancient world. And so, the story of the lost tribe of the Amazon becomes more than a legend. It becomes a living testament to the power of knowledge, the importance of balance, and the enduring spirit of mystery that dwells in the heart of the jungle. As the vision fades, Isabel and Tiago find themselves back in the hidden grove, the ancient tree now standing silent and still. But they can feel the change in the air, a new energy that seems to vibrate through the very roots of the rainforest. Energized by their experience, they return to their respective worlds, ready to tackle the challenges ahead with renewed vigor. Isabel dives back into her research, now armed with new insights from the blooming of the ancient tree. She begins to unravel the secrets of the seed, discovering compounds and properties that have the potential to revolutionize medicine as we know it. Meanwhile, Tiago takes on a new role as a bridge between the modern world and the ancient wisdom of the Amazon. He establishes a school in his village where children learn not only the ways of their ancestors, but also the skills needed to navigate the changing world. As the years pass, the impact of their work begins to ripple outwards. The reserve becomes not just a protected area, but a center for learning and innovation. Scientists, shamans, and seekers from all over the world come to study, to heal, and to be inspired. And through it all, the spirit of the vanished ones remains a guiding presence. Their wisdom, passed down through generations and now embodied in Isabel and Tiago's work, continues to shape the future. But the journey is not without its challenges. As the world changes, new threats emerge. Corporations seeking to exploit the Amazon's resources, politicians looking to undermine indigenous rights, and even rival factions within the tribes themselves all threaten to unravel the delicate balance that Isabel and Tiago have worked so hard to maintain. Yet in the face of these challenges, they remain undaunted. They know that the path they have chosen is not an easy one, but it is a necessary one. For in protecting the mysteries of the past, they are safeguarding the promise of the future. And so, the story of the vanished ones becomes a part of a larger narrative, one of hope, resilience, and the unending human quest for knowledge and understanding. As Isabel and Tiago continue their work, they know that they are not alone. They are part of a great web, connecting the past, present, and future. They are the guardians of ancient mysteries, the stewards of sacred knowledge. And though the journey may be long and the destination uncertain, they press on, guided by the wisdom of those who came before and driven by the hope of what lies ahead. In the end, the legacy of the vanished ones is not a lost civilization, but a living testament to the power of the human spirit. It is a reminder that even in the face of great mystery, we can find the courage to seek understanding, to protect what is sacred, and to dream of a better world. So the story continues, as it always has and always will, in the hearts and minds of those who dare to follow in the footsteps of the ancients, and in the eternal mysteries of the Amazon rainforest. Story 3. The Lost Tribe of the Amazon. Deep within the heart of the Amazon rainforest, a mystery has remained hidden for centuries. The dense canopy of trees and the untamed wilderness have kept the secrets of an ancient civilization, known only as the Lost Tribe of the Amazon, hidden from the modern world. Dr. Lina Oliveira, a renowned Brazilian archaeologist, has dedicated her life to unraveling the mysteries of the Amazon. Her fascination with the lost tribe began when she stumbled upon an ancient artifact deep in the jungle, a small golden figurine that seemed to predate any known civilization in the region. Determined to uncover the truth behind the enigmatic artifact, Lina assembles a team of experts, including her longtime friend and colleague, Dr. Marcus Silva, an anthropologist with extensive knowledge of Amazonian tribes. Together, they embark on a perilous journey into the heart of the rainforest, guided by nothing more than a faded map and whispers of an ancient legend. As they venture deeper into the jungle, the team faces numerous challenges. The oppressive heat, the deafening sounds of the rainforest, and the constant threat of dangerous wildlife test their resolve. However, Lena's determination never wavers, driven by her insatiable curiosity and her belief that the lost tribe holds the key to unlocking the secrets of the Amazon. Days turn into weeks as the team navigates the treacherous terrain, following the clues left behind by the ancient civilization. They discover remnants of long-forgotten structures hidden beneath the dense foliage, crumbling stone walls, intricately carved totems, and faded petroglyphs that hint at a sophisticated society that once thrived in the heart of the Amazon. As they delve deeper into the mystery, Lena and her team uncover a series of artifacts that defy explanation. Ancient manuscripts written in an unknown language, complex astronomical charts etched into stone, and advanced tools that seem far beyond the capabilities of any known Amazonian tribe. Each discovery only fuels their curiosity and their determination to unravel the secrets of the lost tribe. However, their quest takes a dangerous turn when they encounter a rival group of treasure hunters, led by the ruthless and cunning Vicente Rocha. Rocha's team will stop at nothing to claim the lost tribe's treasures for themselves, even if it means eliminating Lena and her colleagues. In a race against time and their adversaries, Lena and her team must navigate treacherous rapids, scale ancient ruins, and confront the supernatural forces that seem to protect the lost tribe's secrets. They soon realize that the key to unlocking the mystery lies in deciphering the ancient manuscripts and understanding the tribe's connection to the celestial bodies above. As they piece together the fragments of the lost tribe's history, Lena and Marcus uncover a startling revelation. The tribe possessed advanced knowledge of astronomy, mathematics, and engineering, far surpassing the understanding of their time. The golden figurine that sparked their journey holds the key to unlocking the tribe's greatest secret, a hidden city deep within the rainforest, untouched by time. In a thrilling climax, Lena and her team must confront Vicente Rocha and his group in a desperate battle to protect the lost tribe's legacy. Amidst the chaos of the confrontation, Lena finally deciphers the ancient manuscripts, revealing the true purpose of the hidden city, a sanctuary of knowledge and a testament to the ingenuity of the lost tribe. With the mystery solved and the lost tribe's secrets revealed, Lena and her team emerge from the Amazon forever changed. They have not only uncovered a lost civilization, but also discovered a newfound appreciation for the wonders and mysteries that still lie hidden in the world around them. As they share their findings with the world, Lena knows that the story of the lost tribe of the Amazon will captivate the imagination of people everywhere. It is a testament to the enduring human spirit, the thirst for knowledge, and the power of curiosity to unravel even the most ancient of mysteries. And so, the legend of the lost tribe of the Amazon lives on, inspiring future generations of explorers and adventurers to push the boundaries of what is known and to seek out the secrets that lie hidden in the farthest corners of the world. As the world marvels at the discoveries made by Dr. Lena Oliveira and her team, the archaeological community buzzes with excitement. The lost tribe of the Amazon becomes the subject of countless scientific papers, documentaries, and museum exhibitions, captivating audiences around the globe. However, amidst the fame and acclaim, Lena finds herself haunted by a lingering sense of unease. The ancient manuscripts she deciphered in the hidden city hinted at something more, a greater mystery that lay beyond the reaches of the Amazon. Determined to unravel this new enigma, Lena begins to delve deeper into the lost tribe's history, poring over the artifacts and documents they recovered from the hidden city. She discovers references to an even older civilization, one that predates the lost tribe by thousands of years. Intrigued by this revelation, Lena reaches out to her network of colleagues, seeking any information that might shed light on this ancient civilization. It is then that she receives a cryptic message from an old friend, Dr. Isabella Santos, an expert in ancient South American cultures. Isabella's message speaks of a long-forgotten legend, whispered among the indigenous tribes of the Andes Mountains. The legend tells of a great city hidden high in the mountains, where the gods themselves once resided. The city was said to hold unimaginable treasures and knowledge, but it was lost to time, its location known only to a select few. Intrigued by this new lead, Lena gathers her team once again, including the ever-reliable Marcus Silva. Together, they set out on a new adventure, leaving the lush Amazon behind and venturing into the rugged terrain of the Andes. As they journey higher into the mountains, the team faces new challenges: the biting cold, the thin air, and the treacherous paths that wind along sheer cliffs. They follow ancient trails, long forgotten by modern civilization, guided only by the whispers of legend and the clues left behind by the ancients. Deep within the heart of the Andes, they stumble upon a hidden valley, nestled between towering peaks. In the center of the valley, they find the ruins of a magnificent city, its stone structures still standing after thousands of years. As they explore the ancient city, Lena and her team uncover even more mysteries. The architecture is unlike anything they have ever seen, with intricate carvings and advanced engineering that defy explanation. They discover strange devices, seemingly powered by an unknown energy source, and ancient texts that speak of a great cataclysm that wiped out the city's inhabitants. As they delve deeper into the city's secrets, Lena begins to realize that the lost tribe of the Amazon was just the tip of the iceberg. The hidden city in the Andes holds the key to unlocking an even greater mystery, one that could rewrite the history of human civilization. But as they unravel the secrets of the ancient city, they soon find themselves in danger once again. A shadowy organization, known only as the Order of the Serpent, has been watching their every move. The Order, it seems, will stop at nothing to keep the city's secrets hidden, even if it means eliminating Lena and her team. In a thrilling race against time, Lena and her companions must navigate the treacherous politics of the Order, while also unraveling the final pieces of the puzzle. They discover that the ancient city was not just a center of advanced technology, but also a gateway to a realm beyond the physical world. As they stand on the brink of a revelation that could change the course of human history, Lena and her team must make a choice. Do they reveal the truth to the world, risking the wrath of the Order? Or do they keep the secrets of the ancients hidden, preserving the mystery for generations to come? In the end, Lena knows that the decision is not an easy one. But armed with the knowledge and wisdom of the ancients, she knows that she must follow her heart and her instincts, no matter where they may lead. And so, the story of the lost tribe of the Amazon and the hidden city in the Andes becomes a legend, passed down from generation to generation. It is a reminder that the world is full of mysteries waiting to be uncovered, and that the human spirit, driven by curiosity and the thirst for knowledge, can unlock even the most ancient of secrets. Story 4. The Amber Room Conspiracy. In the heart of St. Petersburg, Russia, a young art detective named Natalia Ivanova stumbled upon a cryptic message hidden within a decades-old journal. The message, written by her grandfather, a former Soviet spy, hinted at the whereabouts of the legendary Amber Room, a priceless treasure that vanished during the chaos of World War II. Natalia, driven by a fierce determination to uncover the truth, embarked on a perilous journey to unravel the mystery. As she delved deeper into the journal's secrets, she discovered a complex web of conspiracies and cover-ups that spanned generations. Her quest led her to the remote corners of Russia, where she encountered a shadowy figure known only as the Curator. This enigmatic individual claimed to possess the key to unlocking the Amber Room's hidden location. Natalia, desperate for answers, forged an uneasy alliance with the Curator, knowing full well that trust was a luxury she could not afford. Together, they followed a trail of clues that led them to long-forgotten bunkers and secret vaults hidden beneath the streets of St. Petersburg. Each step brought them closer to the truth, but also deeper into a labyrinth of danger and betrayal. As Natalia and the Curator navigated the treacherous underworld of art smugglers and rogue agents, they uncovered a sinister plot that threatened to reshape the balance of power in the art world. The Amber Room, it seemed, was more than just a lost treasure. It was a symbol of a bygone era, a relic of immense historical and political significance. Their journey took an unexpected turn when they discovered that the Amber Room had been hidden in plain sight all along, disguised as a modern art installation in the heart of Moscow. The installation, created by a reclusive artist with ties to the Soviet-era KGB, held the key to unlocking the room's true location. Natalia and the Curator raced against time to decipher the artist's cryptic clues, knowing that they were not the only ones seeking the Amber Room. Rival factions, each with their own agenda, closed in on their trail, determined to seize the treasure for themselves. In a thrilling climax, Natalia and the Curator found themselves in a desperate battle to protect the Amber Room from falling into the wrong hands. They faced off against a powerful adversary, a man with deep ties to the Russian government who sought to use the room's secrets to further his own political ambitions. Against all odds, Natalia and the Curator emerged victorious, but at a great personal cost. The Amber Room, once a symbol of opulence and beauty, had become a burden, a reminder of the dark secrets that lay buried in Russia's past. In the end, Natalia made the difficult decision to ensure that the Amber Room would remain hidden, its secrets protected from those who would seek to exploit them. She knew that some mysteries were best left unsolved, some treasures best left buried in the sands of time. As Natalia returned to her life as an art detective, she carried with her the weight of the Amber Room's legacy, a reminder of the power of history and the importance of preserving the past, no matter the cost. The journal, once a source of mystery and intrigue, now served as a testament to her grandfather's bravery and the sacrifices made to protect the world's most precious treasures. Months after the thrilling climax in Moscow, Natalia found herself haunted by the lingering questions surrounding the Amber Room. Despite her decision to keep its location hidden, she couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to the mystery than met the eye. As she pored over her grandfather's journal once more, a new clue emerged from its weathered pages. A single name, whispered in the margins, Zolotov. Intrigued, Natalia began to investigate, unraveling a thread that led her deep into the heart of Russia's criminal underworld. Sergei Zolotov, she discovered, was a notorious figure in the world of art smuggling. Known for his ruthless tactics and vast network of contacts, he had long been rumored to possess a piece of the Amber Room, a fragment that had been separated from the main chamber during the chaos of war. Natalia knew that if she could locate Zolotov and the missing piece, she might finally be able to put the mystery of the Amber Room to rest. But she also knew that crossing paths with a man like Zolotov was a dangerous game, one that could cost her everything she held dear. Undeterred, Natalia set out on a journey that took her from the glittering ballrooms of St. Petersburg to the frozen tundra of Siberia. She followed a trail of clues left by her grandfather, a series of coded messages that led her ever closer to Zolotov's inner circle. As she navigated the treacherous world of the Russian mafia, Natalia found herself facing new allies and enemies at every turn. She forged an unlikely partnership with a former FSB agent named Dmitry, a man with his own hidden agenda and a deep connection to the Amber Room's past. Together, Natalia and Dmitri closed in on Zolotov, only to find themselves caught in a deadly game of cat and mouse. Zolotov, it seemed, was always one step ahead, his network of spies and informants keeping him just out of reach. In a desperate bid to uncover the truth, Natalia and Dmitri staged a daring heist, infiltrating Zolotov's heavily guarded compound under the cover of darkness. There, amidst the priceless artifacts and stolen treasures, they found the missing piece of the Amber Room, a panel of exquisite beauty that had been lost for generations. But their victory was short-lived. Zolotov, alerted to their presence, unleashed his forces upon them, and Natalia and Dmitri found themselves in a fight for their lives. In the chaos of the battle, the missing panel was lost once more, vanishing into the shadows of history. Battered and bruised, Natalia emerged from the compound with a newfound understanding of the Amber Room's true power. It was not just a treasure, she realized, but a symbol of the enduring human spirit, a testament to the resilience of those who had fought to protect it through the ages. As she returned to St. Petersburg, Natalia knew that her quest was far from over. The Amber Room still held its secrets, and there were still those who would stop at nothing to possess them. But she also knew that she had the strength and the courage to continue the fight, to honor the legacy of her grandfather and all those who had come before. And so, with renewed determination, Natalia set out once more into the unknown, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. The mystery of the Amber Room might never be fully solved, but she knew that the journey itself was a treasure beyond measure. As Natalia delved deeper into the mysteries surrounding the Amber Room, she found herself drawn to the history of the Soviet Union and its role in the treasure's disappearance. Her research led her to a startling discovery. A secret society known as the Amber Guardians, formed in the aftermath of World War II to protect the room's secrets. The Amber Guardians, she learned, were a group of high-ranking Soviet officials and KGB agents who had sworn an oath to keep the Amber Room hidden from the world. They believed that the room's power was too great to be entrusted to any one nation or individual, and that it must be protected at all costs. Natalia's investigations brought her into contact with the surviving members of the Amber Guardians, now scattered across the former Soviet Union. Each held a piece of the puzzle, a fragment of knowledge that, when combined, would reveal the truth behind the room's disappearance. But as Natalia raced to uncover the Guardian's secrets, she found herself facing a new and terrifying adversary. A shadowy organization known as the Amber Syndicate, made up of wealthy collectors and ruthless mercenaries, had caught wind of her quest and would stop at nothing to claim the Amber Room for themselves. Led by an enigmatic figure known only as the Collector, the Syndicate launched a series of attacks on Natalia and her allies, determined to silence her before she could uncover the truth. Natalia found herself in a desperate race against time, fighting to stay one step ahead of her pursuers as she navigated the treacherous landscapes of the former Soviet Union. Her journey took her from the grand museums of Moscow to the frozen wastelands of Siberia, from the ancient monasteries of Georgia to the war-torn streets of Chechnya. At each turn, she encountered new challenges and new revelations, piecing together the Amber Guardian's scattered knowledge into a coherent whole. As the final pieces of the puzzle fell into place, Natalia realized that the truth behind the Amber Room was more incredible than she could have ever imagined. The room, it seemed, was not just a treasure, but a key to unlocking a power that had been hidden for centuries, a power that could change the course of history itself. In a climactic confrontation with the Collector and his forces, Natalia and her allies fought to protect the Amber Room's secrets from falling into the wrong hands. In the end, they emerged victorious, but at a terrible cost. Natalia, bruised and battered but unbroken, stood before the Amber Room, now revealed in all its breathtaking beauty. She knew that the room's power must never be unleashed upon the world, that it must remain hidden and protected, just as the Amber Guardians had sworn all those years ago. With a heavy heart, Natalia made the decision to seal the Amber Room away once more, to bury its secrets deep beneath the earth where they could never be found. She knew that it was a sacrifice, that the world would never know the true extent of the room's wonder and mystery. But she also knew that it was a necessary sacrifice, that the Amber Room's power was too great to be entrusted to any one person or nation. And so, with a final look of reverence and awe, Natalia turned her back on the room and walked away, ready to face whatever challenges the future might bring. Years later, as an old woman, Natalia would look back on her quest for the Amber Room with a mix of pride and sorrow. She had lived a life of adventure and discovery, had seen wonders that most could only dream of. And though the room itself was lost to her, she knew that its legacy would live on, a testament to the enduring power of beauty, art, and the unbreakable spirit of those who had fought to protect it. As Natalia settled into her twilight years, the memories of her incredible journey never faded. She often found herself lost in thought, reliving the thrilling escapades and heart-wrenching decisions that had defined her quest for the Amber Room. Though she had sworn to keep its location secret, a part of her yearned to share the incredible tale with the world. One day, a young journalist named Alexei Volkov arrived at her doorstep, eager to interview her about her life's work. Natalia, usually reticent to discuss her past, found herself drawn to the young man's enthusiasm and genuine interest in her story. Over the course of several days, she recounted her adventures, from the initial discovery of her grandfather's journal to the final, bittersweet decision to seal the Amber Room away forever. Alexei listened with rapt attention, his eyes widening with each twist and turn of the tale. He marveled at Natalia's courage and determination, at the sacrifices she had made to protect the world from the Amber Room's awesome power. As the story drew to a close, he knew that he had stumbled upon a legend, a true epic that would captivate audiences around the globe. With Natalia's blessing, Alexei began to write, pouring his heart and soul into the retelling of her incredible journey. He spent months researching, fact-checking, and crafting the narrative, determined to do justice to the remarkable woman who had entrusted him with her legacy. The result was a book unlike any other, a thrilling tale of adventure, mystery, and intrigue that captivated readers from the very first page. The Amber Room Conspiracy became an instant bestseller, translated into dozens of languages and adapted into a major Hollywood film. Natalia, though initially hesitant about the attention, found herself touched by the outpouring of admiration and respect that followed the book's publication. People from all walks of life reached out to her, thanking her for sharing her story and for the sacrifices she had made to protect the world from the Amber Room's power. As the years passed, Natalia's legacy only grew. Her story inspired a new generation of adventurers and history buffs, each determined to uncover the secrets of the past and to protect the world's most precious treasures. And though she knew that the Amber Room would never again see the light of day, she took solace in the knowledge that its power lay not in its physical form, but in the incredible story of those who had fought to defend it. In the end, Natalia's life had been a testament to the enduring power of the human spirit, to the unbreakable bonds of family and friendship, and to the unyielding pursuit of truth and justice. And as she looked back on her incredible journey, she knew that no matter what challenges the future might bring, her legacy would endure, a shining beacon of hope and inspiration for generations to come. As the sun set on Natalia's remarkable life, she knew that she had accomplished something truly extraordinary. She had not only solved one of the greatest mysteries of the 20th century, but had also ensured that the Amber Room's secrets would remain forever hidden, protecting the world from its awesome power. And though she would be remembered as a hero, a legend in her own time, She knew that her greatest achievement had been the friendships she had forged and the lives she had touched along the way. With a final, contented sigh, Natalia closed her eyes and drifted off to sleep, secure in the knowledge that her story, and the story of the Amber Room, would live on forever in the hearts and minds of all those who had been touched by its incredible power. As the years turned into decades, the legend of Natalia Ivanova and the Amber Room conspiracy only grew. Alexei Volkov's book remained a bestseller, inspiring countless adaptations and spin-offs across various media. The story of Natalia's quest had become a modern mythology, a tale of adventure, mystery, and the unbreakable human spirit that captivated audiences around the world. But as the world celebrated Natalia's legacy, a new mystery began to unfold. Rumors surfaced of a secret society, one that had been formed in the wake of Natalia's passing to protect the secrets she had left behind. This group, known only as the Ivanova Society, was said to be made up of Natalia's closest friends and allies, each sworn to defend the truth of the Amber Room to their dying breath. As the rumors spread, a young woman named Katerina Sokolova found herself drawn into the mystery. A brilliant archaeologist with a passion for uncovering the secrets of the past, Katerina had grown up on the tales of Natalia's adventures and had always dreamed of following in her footsteps. When a mysterious benefactor approached Katerina with an offer to fund her research into the Ivanova Society, she jumped at the chance. But as she delved deeper into the group's history, she began to uncover a web of secrets and lies that threatened to unravel everything she thought she knew about Natalia and the Amber Room. Katerina's quest took her from the halls of academia to the dark corners of the Russian underworld, from ancient ruins to high-tech laboratories on the cutting edge of science. She found herself pitted against rival factions, each determined to claim the Ivanova Society's secrets for themselves, and each willing to go to any lengths to achieve their goals. As she raced to stay one step ahead of her enemies, Katerina began to realize that the truth behind the Ivanova Society was far more complex than she had ever imagined. The group, it seemed, was not just a band of loyal friends, but a powerful organization with ties to governments and institutions around the world, each with its own agenda and its own stake in the Amber Room's fate. In a thrilling climax, Katerina found herself face to face with the leader of the Ivanova Society, a man who claimed to have been Natalia's closest confidant and the keeper of her final secrets. In a tense standoff, the truth of the Amber Room was finally revealed, a truth that would shake the world to its core and forever change the course of history. But even as the dust settled and the world struggled to come to terms with the implications of Katerina's discovery, she knew that her work was far from over. The Amber Room, it seemed, was only the beginning, a small piece of a much larger puzzle that stretched back through the centuries and across the globe. And so, with a newfound sense of purpose and a burning desire to uncover the truth, Katerina set out once more into the unknown, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. She knew that the road would be long and the dangers many, but she also knew that she carried with her the spirit of Natalia Ivanova, a woman who had sacrificed everything to protect the world from the awesome power of the past. As Katerina disappeared into the horizon, the world watched with bated breath, eager to see what new adventures and revelations the future might bring. And though the Amber Room might never again see the light of day, its legacy lived on, a testament to the enduring power of mystery, wonder, and the unbreakable human spirit. As Katerina Sokolova delved deeper into the secrets of the Ivanova Society, she found herself drawn into a world of ancient knowledge and hidden truths that stretched far beyond the confines of the Amber Room. With each new discovery, she began to realize that Natalia Ivanova's legacy was not just a story of adventure and mystery, but a key to unlocking the very fabric of reality itself. Her quest led her to the far corners of the globe, from the misty peaks of the Himalayas to the sun-baked deserts of Egypt, from the lush jungles of the Amazon to the frozen wastelands of Antarctica. At each turn, she encountered new allies and new enemies, each with their own agendas and their own stake in the secrets she sought to uncover. As she pieced together the fragments of the Ivanova Society's vast network, Katerina began to uncover a conspiracy that stretched back through the ages. A hidden history of the world that had been carefully guarded by secret societies and powerful individuals for centuries. At the heart of this conspiracy lay a series of ancient artifacts, each imbued with incredible power and each holding a piece of the puzzle that would unlock the ultimate truth. Katerina's journey brought her into contact with a cast of extraordinary characters, from rogue CIA agents to visionary scientists, from mystical shamans to ruthless mercenaries. Each had a role to play in the unfolding drama, and each held a piece of the puzzle that would ultimately lead her to the truth. But as she drew closer to the final revelation, Katerina found herself facing a threat unlike any she had ever encountered before. A shadowy figure known only as the Architect, a mastermind who had been pulling the strings of the Ivanova Society from the very beginning, and who would stop at nothing to keep the secrets of the past hidden forever. In a thrilling climax that spanned continents and defied belief, Katerina faced off against the Architect in a battle that would determine the fate of the world itself. With the help of her allies and the strength of her own convictions, she finally uncovered the ultimate truth behind the Ivanova Society in the Amber Room, a truth that would forever change the course of human history. But even as the world reeled from the implications of her discovery, Katerina knew that her work was far from over. The secrets of the past, it seemed, were only the beginning, a tantalizing glimpse into a much larger mystery that stretched out across the infinite expanse of the universe itself. And so, with a sense of wonder and a fierce determination, Katerina set out once more into the unknown, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. She knew that the road would be long and the dangers many, but she also knew that the rewards would be beyond measure, a chance to unlock the very secrets of existence itself. As she disappeared once more into the mist of history, the world watched with bated breath, eager to see what new wonders and revelations the future might bring. And though the Amber Room and the Ivanova Society might have faded into legend, their legacy lived on, a testament to the enduring power of the human spirit and the unquenchable thirst for knowledge that drives us ever forward into the unknown. As Katerina Sokolova's incredible discoveries about the Ivanova Society and the ancient artifacts spread across the globe, the world found itself on the brink of a new era. The hidden truths she had uncovered threatened to overturn long-held beliefs and shake the very foundations of society, sparking a global conversation about the nature of reality and humanity's place in the cosmos. Governments, religious institutions, and scientific organizations scrambled to make sense of the revelations, each seeking to control the narrative and harness the power of the artifacts for their own ends. Some hailed Katerina as a visionary, a prophet of a new age, while others denounced her as a heretic and a threat to the established order. Amid the chaos and controversy, Katerina herself remained focused on her mission, driven by an insatiable curiosity and a deep sense of purpose. She knew that the artifacts she had uncovered were only the beginning, pieces of a vast cosmic puzzle that humanity was only just beginning to understand. With the help of a small but dedicated team of experts and adventurers, Katerina set out to explore the implications of her discoveries and to unravel the mysteries that still lay hidden in the shadows of history. From ancient ruins to cutting-edge laboratories, she followed the trail of clues left behind by the Ivanova Society, piecing together a picture of a world far stranger and more wondrous than anyone had ever imagined. As she delved deeper into the secrets of the universe, Katerina began to realize that the power of the artifacts was not just a matter of technology or science, but of consciousness itself. The ancient civilizations that had created them had possessed a deep understanding of the nature of reality, an understanding that had been lost to the ages but was now being rediscovered. With each new revelation, Katerina and her team grew closer to unlocking the ultimate mystery, the key to harnessing the power of consciousness and shaping the very fabric of the universe. But as they drew nearer to their goal, they found themselves facing new and terrifying challenges, from rival factions seeking to control the artifacts to dark entities that seemed to exist beyond the bounds of space and time. In a climactic battle that stretched across dimensions, Katerina and her allies fought to protect the artifacts and the knowledge they contained, knowing that the fate of the universe itself hung in the balance. With courage, determination, and a fierce belief in the power of the human spirit, they stood against the forces of darkness, fighting for the right to shape their own destiny and to unlock the secrets of the cosmos. In the end, Katerina emerged victorious, but the victory was bittersweet. The artifacts, she knew, were too powerful to be controlled by any one person or group, and the knowledge they contained was too vast to be fully understood. With a heavy heart, she made the decision to seal them away once more, hiding them in a place where they could never be found, but where their power could still be felt, guiding humanity towards a brighter future. As she looked out across the world she had helped to shape, Katerina knew that her work was far from over. The secrets of the universe still lay waiting to be discovered, and there would always be those who sought to use them for their own gain. But she also knew that as long as there were people like her, people driven by curiosity and a thirst for knowledge, the human spirit would never be conquered, and the wonders of the cosmos would never cease to amaze and inspire. Story 5. The Prophecy of Angkor Wat. In the heart of Cambodia, Dr. Lara Croft, a renowned archaeologist, stood before the majestic Angkor Wat temple complex. The ancient Khmer Empire had left behind a legacy of grandeur and mystery, and Lara was determined to unravel its secrets. As she stepped through the ornate gates, Lara marveled at the intricate carvings adorning the walls. The bas-reliefs depicted scenes from Hindu mythology, telling tales of gods and demons locked in eternal battles. However, one particular carving caught her eye, a hidden symbol that seemed out of place among the well-known narratives. Intrigued, Lara traced her fingers along the symbol, and suddenly, a hidden door opened, revealing a dark passageway. With a sense of anticipation, she ventured into the unknown, her heart pounding with excitement. The narrow tunnel led Lara deeper into the temple's core, until she reached a chamber bathed in an otherworldly light. In the center of the room stood a large stone tablet, covered in ancient Khmer script. As Lara approached the tablet, she realized that it contained a cryptic prophecy. Using her knowledge of the ancient language, Lara began to decipher the text. The prophecy spoke of a great cataclysm that would befall the world, and only a chosen one could prevent the impending doom. The key to salvation lay hidden within the temples of Angkor Wat, waiting to be discovered by a worthy adventurer. As Lara delved deeper into the prophecy, she learned that she needed to locate 4 sacred artifacts scattered throughout the temple complex. Each artifact held a piece of the puzzle, and only by bringing them together could she unlock the ultimate secret. With renewed determination, Lara set out to explore the vast expanse of Angkor Wat. She navigated through crumbling corridors, climbed ancient stairways, and solved intricate puzzles left behind by the Khmer sages. Along the way, Lara encountered numerous challenges. She faced traps set by ancient architects to protect their secrets, and she had to outwit rival archaeologists who sought the artifacts for their own gain. However, Lara's skills and wit proved unmatched, and she successfully obtained the first 3 artifacts. As she approached the final location where the 4th artifact was hidden, Lara found herself confronted by a secret society known as the Guardians of the Prophecy. They had sworn to protect the ancient knowledge from falling into the wrong hands, and they believed that Lara's actions would bring about the very cataclysm the prophecy had foretold. In a thrilling showdown, Lara used her intelligence and agility to outmaneuver the Guardians. She finally reached the chamber housing the last artifact, an ancient Khmer crown adorned with precious gems. As she placed the crown upon her head, the chamber began to rumble, and a hidden door opened, revealing a pathway leading deep underground. Lara followed the path, her heart racing with anticipation. At the end of the tunnel, she found herself in a vast cavern, where a massive stone monolith stood at its center. The monolith was covered in intricate carvings, depicting a star map of the cosmos. As Lara studied the carvings, she realized that the prophecy was not about a cataclysm, but rather a celestial alignment that occurred once every 1,000 years. The artifacts she had collected were the key to activating the monolith, which would harness the cosmic energy and usher in a new era of enlightenment for humanity. With the artifacts in place, Lara performed the ancient ritual described in the prophecy. The monolith began to glow, and a beam of pure energy shot upwards, piercing the cavern's ceiling and extending into the heavens. The ground shook as the cosmic alignment took place, and Lara watched in awe as the sky above Angkor was illuminated with a dazzling display of lights. As the ritual concluded, Lara realized that she had not only solved an ancient mystery, but had also fulfilled a destiny that had been written in the stars. She emerged from the temple complex, forever changed by her incredible journey. The prophecy of Angkor what had been fulfilled, and the world would never be the same again. Lara Croft, the Chosen One, had unlocked the secrets of the ancient Khmer civilization and had set in motion a new chapter in human history, one filled with hope, wonder, and the promise of a brighter future. As the sun rose over the ancient city of Angkor Wat, Lara Croft emerged from the temple complex, her mind still reeling from the incredible events she had just witnessed. The prophecy had been fulfilled, and the world had been set on a new path, one of enlightenment and unity. Lara knew that her work was far from over. The secret society of the Guardians had been defeated, but there were still those who would seek to use the power of the ancients for their own gain. She had to ensure that the knowledge she had uncovered would be protected and shared with the world in the right way. As she made her way back to her base camp, Lara was greeted by her trusted team of experts. Dr. Henry Walton, a renowned historian, and Dr. Samantha Chun, a brilliant astrophysicist, had been instrumental in helping Lara decipher the prophecy and locate the artifacts. Together, they began to analyze the data they had collected from the monolith and the star map. The implications were staggering. The ancient Khmer civilization had possessed a deep understanding of the cosmos and had developed technologies that were far beyond anything the modern world had seen. Lara knew that this knowledge had to be shared with the scientific community, but she also recognized the potential dangers. In the wrong hands, this power could be used to create weapons of unimaginable destruction. With the help of her team, Lara developed a plan to gradually release the information to the world, ensuring that it would be used for the betterment of humanity. They would work with leading universities and research institutions to study the artifacts and unlock their secrets. As news of Lara's discovery spread, the world was abuzz with excitement. People from all walks of life were eager to learn more about the ancient Khmer civilization and the prophecy that had been fulfilled. Lara became a global icon, hailed as a hero who had unlocked the secrets of the past and paved the way for a brighter future. She was invited to speak at conferences and symposiums around the world, sharing her knowledge and inspiring others to pursue the mysteries of the ancients. However, not everyone was thrilled with Lara's success. A powerful corporation, known as Osiris Industries, had been secretly funding the Guardians in their quest to keep the prophecy hidden. They had hoped to harness the power of the ancients for their own financial gain, and Lara's discovery had thrown a wrench in their plans. The CEO of Osiris Industries, a ruthless businessman named Marcus Blackwell, vowed to stop Lara at any cost. He hired a team of mercenaries to track her down and seize the artifacts, determined to unlock the secrets of Angkor Wat for himself. Lara soon found herself in a deadly game of cat and mouse, as she raced to stay one step ahead of Blackwell and his goons. She used all of her skills as an archaeologist and adventurer to outwit her pursuers, relying on her intelligence and quick thinking to stay alive. As the chase intensified, Lara realized that she needed to confront Blackwell directly. She set a trap for him, luring him to a remote location where she could face him on her own terms. In a tense standoff, Lara and Blackwell squared off, each determined to emerge victorious. Blackwell was armed with advanced weapons and a squad of heavily armed mercenaries, but Lara had something he didn't: the knowledge and power of the ancients. Using the artifacts she had collected, Lara was able to summon the cosmic energy that had been unleashed during the celestial alignment. She channeled this power into a beam of pure light, which she directed at Blackwell and his men. The mercenaries were instantly vaporized, and Blackwell was left alone, cowering in fear before Lara's awesome power. She approached him, her eyes blazing with righteous fury, and demanded that he surrender. Blackwell, realizing that he was outmatched, had no choice but to comply. Lara took him into custody and turned him over to the authorities, ensuring that he would face justice for his crimes. With the threat of Osiris Industries neutralized, Lara was free to continue her work. She established the Angkor Wat Foundation, a non-profit organization dedicated to studying and preserving the legacy of the ancient Khmer civilization. Through the foundation, Lara was able to bring together the world's leading experts in archaeology, history, and astrophysics. They worked tirelessly to unlock the secrets of the monolith and the star map, making new discoveries that would change the course of human history. As the years passed, Lara's legacy only grew. She became a symbol of hope and inspiration, a shining example of what one person could achieve when they dedicated themselves to the pursuit of knowledge and truth. And though she had faced many challenges and obstacles along the way, Lara knew that she had fulfilled her destiny. She had unlocked the secrets of Angkor Wat and had set the world on a new path, one that would lead to a brighter, more enlightened future for all of humanity. As Lara Croft stood atop the ancient Khmer temple, gazing out over the lush Cambodian jungle, she couldn't help but feel a sense of awe and wonder. The journey to this moment had been long and perilous, filled with danger and uncertainty at every turn. But now, as the sun began to set over the horizon, casting a golden glow across the ancient stones, Lara knew that it had all been worth it. The discovery of the hidden chamber beneath Angkor would have been a revelation, a glimpse into a world that had been lost to time. The prophecy etched into the stone tablet had spoken of a great cataclysm that would befall the world, and of a chosen one who would rise to prevent it. Lara had never believed in destiny, but as she stood there, the weight of the ancient crown upon her head, she couldn't deny the feeling that she had been meant for this moment. The journey to find the four sacred artifacts had been fraught with peril, from the treacherous traps laid by the ancient Khmer architects to the machinations of rival archaeologists and secret societies. But Lara had persevered, using her wits and her skills to overcome every obstacle in her path. And now, with the artifacts assembled and the prophecy fulfilled, she knew that her work was only just beginning. The activation of the ancient monolith had unleashed a power beyond anything Lara had ever imagined, a cosmic energy that had the potential to change the world forever. It was a power that could be used for good or for ill, and Lara knew that it was up to her to ensure that it fell into the right hands. But even as she basked in the glow of her triumph, Lara knew that there were those who would stop at nothing to possess this power for themselves. The guardians of the prophecy had been defeated, but there were other forces at work, shadowy figures who sought to control the fate of the world. As Lara descended from the temple, her mind raced with the possibilities of what lay ahead. She would need to assemble a team of experts, individuals who could help her unlock the secrets of the monolith and harness its power for the good of all humanity. It would be a daunting task, but Lara had never been one to shy away from a challenge. With a final glance back at the ancient stones of Angkor Wat, Lara set off into the jungle, ready to face whatever lay ahead. She knew that the road would be long and difficult, but she also knew that she had the strength and the determination to see it through. And so begins a new chapter in the life of Lara Croft, a chapter filled with mystery, danger, and the promise of a brighter future for all. The secrets of Angkor Wat may have been unlocked, but the true adventure is only just beginning. As Lara Croft made her way through the dense Cambodian jungle, her mind was still reeling from the incredible events that had transpired at Angkor Wat. The prophecy had been fulfilled, and the world had been set on a new course, one that promised great change and upheaval in the days to come. But Lara knew that her work was far from over. The cosmic energy unleashed by the ancient monolith was a force unlike anything the world had ever seen, and it would take all of her skill and knowledge to harness it for the greater good. Her first step was to assemble a team of experts who could help her navigate the challenges ahead. She reached out to her old friend and mentor, Professor Arthur Winthrop, a renowned archaeologist who had spent decades studying the ancient civilizations of Southeast Asia. With his deep knowledge of the region's history and culture, Lara knew that he would be an invaluable asset in the days to come. Next, she contacted Dr. Mara Patel, a brilliant astrophysicist who had made groundbreaking discoveries about the nature of the universe. Lara had met Mara years earlier at a conference in London, and had been impressed by her keen intellect and boundless curiosity. If anyone could help her understand the cosmic forces at play, it was Mara. With her team assembled, Lara set out to unravel the mysteries of the monolith. They spent long hours poring over ancient texts and artifacts, searching for clues that might shed light on its true purpose. Slowly but surely, a picture began to emerge, one that suggested that the monolith was not just a source of power, but a gateway to another realm entirely. As they delved deeper into the mystery, Lara and her team found themselves drawn into a web of intrigue and danger. They were not the only ones seeking the secrets of the monolith, and soon they found themselves pursued by a shadowy organization known as the Order of the Serpent. Led by a ruthless and cunning adversary named Damian Novak, the Order was determined to claim the power of the monolith for themselves. They would stop at nothing to achieve their goals, and Lara knew that she would have to use all of her skills and resources to stay one step ahead of them. As the chase intensified, Lara and her team were forced to take increasingly desperate measures to protect the monolith and its secrets. They forged alliances with unlikely allies, from rebel guerrillas to renegade CIA agents, each with their own agendas and motivations. Through it all, Lara never lost sight of her ultimate goal, to use the power of the monolith to create a better world for all of humanity. She knew that the road ahead would be long and difficult, but she also knew that she had the strength and the determination to see it through. Finally, after months of hard-fought battles and narrow escapes, Lara and her team stood on the brink of victory. They had unlocked the final secrets of the monolith, and now held the key to harnessing its cosmic energy for the greater good. But even as they prepared to claim their prize, they were confronted by Damian Novak and the full might of the Order of the Serpent. In a final, desperate battle, Lara and her allies fought with everything they had, knowing that the fate of the world hung in the balance. In the end, it was Lara who emerged victorious, using the power of the monolith to banish Novak and his minions to another dimension entirely. As the dust settled and the smoke cleared, she knew that the world would never be the same again. With the secrets of Angkor Wat finally revealed, Lara set out to share her knowledge with the world. She established the Angkor Wat Foundation, dedicated to studying and preserving the ancient Khmer civilization, and worked tirelessly to promote understanding and cooperation between nations. Through her efforts, the world began to change, slowly but surely. Ancient rivalries were forgotten, and new alliances were forged in the face of common challenges. And though the road ahead was long and uncertain, Lara knew that she had played a vital role in shaping the future of humanity. As she looked out over the lush Cambodian jungle one final time, Lara couldn't help but feel a sense of pride and accomplishment. She had come so far, and overcome so much, all in the name of a greater purpose. And though she knew that her work was far from over, she also knew that she was ready for whatever challenges lay ahead. For she was Lara Croft, the chosen one, the hero who had unlocked the secrets of Angkor Wat and set the world on a new path. And she would never rest until her mission was complete. As the sun rose over the ancient city of Angkor, Lara Croft stood atop the highest tower of the temple complex, gazing out at the lush jungle that stretched to the horizon. The air was thick with the scent of jasmine and incense, and the sound of birdsong filled the early morning stillness. Lara closed her eyes and took a deep breath, letting the peace of the moment wash over her. It had been a long and difficult journey to get to this point, but she knew that it had all been worth it. The secrets of Angkor Wat had been unlocked, and the world had been set on a new path, one that promised great change and upheaval in the days to come. But even as she savored her triumph, Lara knew that there was still much work to be done. The cosmic energy unleashed by the ancient monolith was a force unlike anything the world had ever seen, and it would take all of her skill and knowledge to harness it for the greater good. With a final glance at the majestic temples below, Lara descended from the tower and made her way back to her base camp. There, she found her team already hard at work, poring over the data they had collected from the monolith and studying the ancient texts that held the key to its secrets. Professor Winthrop was hunched over a table, examining a fragile scroll that had been discovered in a hidden chamber beneath the temple. Dr. Patel was inputting data into a complex computer model, trying to predict the effects of the cosmic energy on the planet's climate and ecosystems. Lara joined them, rolling up her sleeves and diving into the work with her characteristic intensity. They had come so far, but there was still so much to learn about the monolith, about the ancient Khmer civilization that had built it, and about the incredible power they had unleashed upon the world. As the days turned into weeks and the weeks into months, Lara and her team made steady progress. They forged alliances with governments and scientific institutions around the world, sharing their knowledge and working together to harness the power of the monolith for the betterment of all mankind. But even as they made great strides, they knew that the road ahead would not be easy. There were still those who sought to use the power of the monolith for their own selfish ends, and Lara knew that she would have to remain vigilant in order to protect the world from those who would do it harm. And then there were the challenges of the monolith itself. The more they studied it, the more they realized just how much they still had to learn. The technology behind it was beyond anything they had ever seen before, and unlocking its secrets would require a level of scientific knowledge and understanding that was still years, if not decades, away. But Lara was not one to back down from a challenge. She had faced impossible odds before, and she had always come out on top. And she knew that, with the help of her team and the support of the world, she could overcome any obstacle that stood in her way. As the years passed, Lara watched as the world began to change around her. The knowledge and technology they had gained from the monolith had transformed every aspect of human life, from medicine to energy to transportation. And through it all, Lara remained at the forefront, guiding humanity towards a brighter future. She established the Angkor Wat Institute, a global network of research centers dedicated to unlocking the secrets of the ancient Khmer civilization and harnessing the power of the monolith for the greater good. She worked tirelessly to promote international cooperation and understanding, using her influence to bring nations together in the face of common challenges. And though the road was long and the challenges many, Lara never lost sight of her ultimate goal, to create a better world for all of humanity. She knew that the journey ahead would be difficult, but she also knew that, with the help of her friends and allies, there was nothing they couldn't achieve. As she looked out over the lush Cambodian jungle one final time, Lara couldn't help but feel a sense of hope and optimism for the future. The secrets of Angkor Wat had been unlocked, and the world had been forever changed. And though there would always be challenges and obstacles to overcome, she knew that, together, they could build a brighter tomorrow for all. Story 6. The Fountain of Youth Quest. Dr. Lena Sanchez, a brilliant archaeologist with a thirst for adventure, had always been captivated by the legend of the Fountain of Youth. The mythical spring, said to grant eternal youth to those who drank from its waters, had been the subject of countless tales and expeditions throughout history. But for Lena, it was more than just a story, it was an obsession. Lena's quest began in the lush jungles of South America, where she had unearthed an ancient map in a crumbling Spanish monastery. The parchment, dated back to the 16th century, depicted a winding path through the wilderness, leading to a hidden valley marked with the symbol of a fountain. Convinced that this was the key to finding the legendary spring, Lena assembled a team of experts and set out to follow the map's trail. As they journeyed deeper into the rainforest, battling through dense foliage and treacherous terrain, Lena and her team encountered a series of puzzling clues left behind by the map's creator. Cryptic inscriptions carved into stone, intricate riddles, and hidden mechanisms tested their wits and determination at every turn. It became clear that the path to the Fountain of Youth was not only a physical challenge but an intellectual one as well. Days turned into weeks as they pressed on, guided by Lena's unwavering resolve. They faced countless dangers, poisonous snakes, treacherous quicksand, and ancient traps set to protect the fountain's secrets. But with each obstacle overcome, Lena grew more certain that they were nearing their goal. It was during a moonlit night, as they camped beside a crystal-clear stream, that Lena made a startling discovery. Hidden beneath the moss-covered rocks was an ancient stone basin, inscribed with the same symbol from the map. Heart racing, she called her team to gather around the basin, convinced that they had finally found the Fountain of Youth. But as they examined the artifact more closely, a chilling realization dawned upon them. The inscriptions on the basin told a different story, not of eternal youth, but of a tragic curse. The fountain, it seemed, was not a blessing but a burden, a source of unending sorrow for those who drank from its waters. Lena's mind reeled as she grappled with the implications of their discovery. The legend of the Fountain of Youth, cherished for centuries, was nothing more than a cruel twist of fate. This spring did indeed grant eternal life, but at the cost of eternal suffering, forever trapping its victims in a state of undying anguish. Faced with this shocking truth, Lena knew that she had a choice to make. She could either abandon her quest and keep the fountain's terrible secret hidden from the world, or she could use her knowledge to ensure that no one else would ever fall victim to its curse. In the end, Lena chose the path of wisdom. She and her team destroyed the ancient basin and buried all traces of their discovery. They vowed to keep the truth about the Fountain of Youth from ever being revealed, knowing that some legends were best left in the realm of myth and mystery. As they emerged from the jungle, forever changed by their experience, Lena realized that the true treasure of their journey had not been the promise of eternal youth, but rather the wisdom gained from unraveling the fountain's dark secret. With a newfound appreciation for the fleeting nature of life, she set out to make the most of every moment, knowing that true fulfillment lay not in chasing legends, but in the depths of the human spirit. Lena returned to her life as a professor at the University of Madrid, but the memory of her incredible journey never left her. She poured herself into her work, teaching the next generation of archaeologists and sharing the lessons she had learned in the depths of the rainforest. Her students marveled at her passion and wisdom, sensing that their professor had been touched by something profound and transformative. As the years passed, Lena's reputation grew, and she became known as one of the foremost experts on ancient legends and lost civilizations. Her research took her to far-flung corners of the globe, from the misty highlands of Peru to the scorching deserts of Egypt. Everywhere she went, she encountered remnants of ancient mysteries, each one holding a piece of the greater puzzle that had captivated her for so long. But despite her many achievements, Lena never forgot the true nature of the Fountain of Youth. She knew that the key to a fulfilling life lay not in the pursuit of eternal youth, but in the embrace of the present moment and the connections we forge with others. It was this realization that led her to embark on a new quest, not for a mythical spring, but for a deeper understanding of the human experience. Lena began to study the wisdom traditions of ancient cultures, seeking out the common threads that wove through their stories and beliefs. She delved into the mystery schools of ancient Greece, the shamanic practices of the Amazon, and the spiritual teachings of the Far East. In each tradition, she found a profound respect for the cyclical nature of life, an acknowledgement that death and rebirth were essential parts of the greater cosmic dance. Lena's journey of discovery took on new meaning when she met a kindred spirit named Diego, a fellow archaeologist with a passion for uncovering the secrets of the past. Together, they embarked on a series of expeditions, exploring ancient ruins and deciphering forgotten languages. As their relationship deepened, Lena found herself sharing the story of her fateful quest for the Fountain of Youth. Diego listened intently, his eyes shining with understanding and compassion. He too had grappled with the allure of eternal life, only to realize that true meaning lay in the fleeting beauty of each passing moment. Inspired by their shared wisdom, Lena and Diego founded a new organization dedicated to the study and preservation of ancient knowledge. They called it the Eternal Spring Institute, a name that honored the lessons they had learned in their quest for the Fountain of Youth. The institute quickly gained renown, attracting brilliant minds from around the world who shared Lena and Diego's passion for unraveling the mysteries of the past. Together, they worked to decipher ancient texts, restore crumbling monuments, and share the wisdom of long-forgotten civilizations with the modern world. As Lena stood before a gathering of her colleagues, delivering a keynote address on the true meaning of the Fountain of Youth, she felt a profound sense of purpose wash over her. She knew that her journey had been a necessary one, a path that had led her to a deeper understanding of herself and the world around her. Looking out at the sea of faces before her, Lena saw the same spark of curiosity and wonder that had driven her own quest. She knew that each of them had their own path to follow, their own mysteries to unravel. And she knew that, together, they could unlock the secrets of the past and build a brighter future for all of humanity. With a smile on her face and a fire in her heart, Lena stepped forward, ready to embrace the next adventure that awaited her. For she knew that the true fountain of youth lay not in some distant spring, but in the depths of the human spirit, a wellspring of wisdom, compassion, and endless possibility. As the years passed, Lena and Diego's Eternal Spring Institute flourished, becoming a beacon of knowledge and discovery in the world of archaeology and ancient studies. Their work took them to the far reaches of the globe, from the misty peaks of the Himalayas to the sun-drenched plains of Africa. One expedition in particular would prove to be a turning point in their journey. While exploring a remote region of the Amazon rainforest, Lena and Diego stumbled upon an ancient village, long abandoned and reclaimed by the jungle. Amidst the crumbling structures and overgrown paths, they discovered a series of intricate murals depicting a civilization unlike any they had encountered before. The murals told the story of a people who had unlocked the secrets of longevity, not through a magical fountain, but through a deep understanding of the natural world and the power of the human spirit. Intrigued, Lena and Diego set out to decipher the cryptic symbols and unravel the mystery of this long-lost culture. As they delved deeper into the village's secrets, they discovered ancient texts and artifacts that pointed to a profound truth. The key to a long and fulfilling life lay not in the pursuit of eternal youth, but in the cultivation of wisdom, compassion, and harmony with the world around us. Lena and Diego realized that this ancient civilization had developed a sophisticated system of practices and beliefs designed to promote physical, mental, and spiritual well-being. From medicinal plants and healing rituals to meditation and mindfulness techniques, they had cultivated a holistic approach to life that allowed them to thrive in the face of adversity. Inspired by this revelation, Lena and Diego brought their findings back to the Eternal Spring Institute, determined to share this ancient wisdom with the modern world. They collaborated with experts from a wide range of disciplines, from medical researchers and nutritionists to philosophers and spiritual leaders, to develop a comprehensive program based on the principles they had uncovered in the Amazon. The Institute became a hub of innovation and discovery, attracting people from all walks of life who sought to unlock the secrets of a long and healthy life. Lena and Diego's work had a profound impact on countless individuals, helping them to find balance, purpose, and joy in an increasingly complex and fast-paced world. As Lena reflected on her journey, from the quest for the Fountain of Youth to the founding of the Eternal Spring Institute, she realized that the true secret to a fulfilling life lay not in the pursuit of a single, elusive goal, but in the endless process of growth, discovery, and connection. She knew that the Institute's work was just beginning, that there were countless more mysteries to unravel and truths to uncover. But she also knew that, with each step forward, they were helping to build a world where everyone had the opportunity to live a long, healthy, and meaningful life. Looking out at the lush gardens of the Institute, where people of all ages and backgrounds gathered to learn, share, and grow, Lena felt a deep sense of gratitude and purpose. She knew that the journey she had begun all those years ago in the jungles of South America had led her to exactly where she was meant to be. With a smile on her face and a twinkle in her eye, Lena turned to Diego and took his hand. Together, they stepped forward into the future, ready to embrace whatever adventures and challenges lay ahead. For they knew that the true Fountain of Youth was not a destination, but a journey, a never-ending quest for knowledge, wisdom, and the enduring power of the human spirit. Years turned into decades as Lena and Diego's legacy continued to grow. The Eternal Spring Institute became a global phenomenon, with branches in every corner of the world. People from all walks of life flocked to the Institute, drawn by the promise of a healthier, more fulfilling existence. Lena and Diego, now in their golden years, remained at the heart of the Institute's mission. They continued to travel, explore, and uncover new secrets from ancient civilizations, always seeking to expand the boundaries of human knowledge and potential. One day, as they were sorting through a collection of artifacts from their latest expedition, Diego stumbled upon a small, intricately carved wooden box. As he opened it, a sense of wonder washed over him. Inside, nestled on a bed of soft, aged fabric, was an ancient scroll, its parchment yellowed with time. With trembling hands, Diego carefully unrolled the scroll, his eyes widening as he took in the words inscribed upon it. It was a message from the same Amazon civilization they had encountered years before, a final piece of the puzzle they had been seeking for so long. The scroll spoke of a great gathering, a coming together of the world's wisdom traditions to share their secrets and unite humanity in a new era of enlightenment. It spoke of a time when the barriers between cultures and nations would fall away, when people would recognize their common humanity and work together to build a brighter future. Lena and Diego knew that this was the culmination of their life's work. They immediately set about organizing the gathering, reaching out to their vast network of colleagues and friends to invite them to participate. The event, held at the Eternal Spring Institute's sprawling campus, was a momentous occasion. Scholars, healers, and spiritual leaders from every tradition came together, sharing their knowledge and insights in a spirit of unity and collaboration. As Lena stood before the gathered crowd, her voice strong and clear despite her advanced age, she spoke of the journey that had brought them all to this moment. She spoke of the quest for the fountain of youth, and how it had led them to a deeper understanding of the true nature of life and the interconnectedness of all things. "We have come to realize," she said, "that the secret to a long and fulfilling life lies not in the pursuit of eternal youth, but in the embrace of eternal wisdom. It lies in the recognition that we are all part of a greater whole, that our lives are interwoven with the lives of all those around us." As the gathering unfolded, a sense of profound unity and purpose filled the air. People from all walks of life came together, sharing their stories, their hopes, and their dreams for the future. They forged new connections and collaborations, planting the seeds for a global movement of transformation and growth. In the years that followed, the impact of the gathering could be felt in every corner of the world. A new era of understanding and cooperation dawned, as people everywhere embraced the wisdom of the ancients and worked together to build a more just, compassionate, and sustainable world. Lena and Diego, their hearts filled with joy and gratitude, watched as their vision unfolded. They knew that their journey had been a long and winding one, filled with challenges and triumphs alike. But they also knew that every step had been worth it, that every moment had led them to this place of profound fulfillment and purpose. As they sat together in the quiet of their garden, surrounded by the fruits of their lifelong labors, Lena and Diego knew that they had found something far greater than the fountain of youth. They had found the fountain of wisdom, the wellspring of human potential that lay within every heart. And with that knowledge, they looked to the future with hope and excitement, knowing that the best was yet to come, and that the journey of discovery would continue for generations to come. Story 7. The Pyramid's Heart. Dr. Ana Morales squinted against the harsh Mexican sun, her gaze fixed upon the towering pyramid of the sun. The ancient structure cast a long shadow across the ruins of Teotihuacan, the once great city that had flourished nearly 2 millennia ago. Ana had devoted her career to unraveling its secrets, and now, after years of research and excavation, she stood on the brink of a discovery that promised to rewrite history. As she climbed the pyramid's steep steps, Anna's mind raced with possibilities. The Teotihuacanos had left no written records, and their identity remained a mystery. Who were they? Where did they come from? And why did they abandon their city at the height of its power? Anna hoped that the answers lay hidden within the pyramid itself. At the summit, Anna paused to catch her breath and survey the sprawling ruins below. The avenue of the dead stretched out before her, flanked by crumbling temples and palaces. In the distance, the smaller pyramid of the moon loomed like a silent sentinel. Anna felt a thrill of excitement as she imagined the ancient city teeming with life, its streets filled with merchants, artisans, and priests. But there was no time to lose in reverie. Anna's team was waiting for her at the base of the pyramid, ready to begin the day's excavation. They had been working for months, carefully mapping the structure's interior and searching for clues to its purpose. Now, they were closing in on a chamber deep within the pyramid's heart, one that had lain undisturbed for centuries. As Anna descended the pyramid, she noticed a commotion at the base. Her team was gathered around a small, unassuming stone door set into the pyramid's foundation. It was a door they had discovered weeks ago, but had been unable to open. Now, it seemed, they had finally found a way inside. Anna quickened her pace, her heart pounding with anticipation. As she approached, her colleague, Dr. Miguel Torres, looked up with a grin. "We did it, Anna," he said. "The door is open." Anna peered into the darkness beyond the threshold, barely able to contain her excitement. She knew that whatever lay beyond that door could change everything. Taking a deep breath, she stepped inside. The chamber was small and dimly lit, its walls adorned with faded frescoes depicting strange, otherworldly scenes. In the center of the room stood a stone altar upon which rested a single, gleaming object. Anna approached cautiously, her eyes widening as she realized what it was. It was a crystal skull, its surface flawless and translucent. Anna had heard legends of such artifacts, said to possess untold power and knowledge, but she had always dismissed them as mere myth. Now, as she reached out to touch the skull, she felt a strange sensation wash over her, as if the artifact was alive and aware. Suddenly, the chamber began to shake. Dust rained down from the ceiling as the walls trembled and cracked. Anna and her team scrambled for the exit, but it was too late. The door had sealed itself shut, trapping them inside. As the shaking intensified, Anna clutched the crystal skull to her chest, her mind reeling. She knew that they were in danger, but she also sensed that the skull held the key to their salvation. Closing her eyes, she focused her thoughts on the artifact, willing it to reveal its secrets. And then, in a blinding flash of light, Anna found herself transported to another realm. She was standing on a vast, otherworldly plain, surrounded by towering pyramids that dwarfed even the mighty pyramid of the sun. Before her stood a figure clad in resplendent robes, his face obscured by a glowing mask. "Welcome, Anna Morales," the figure said, his voice echoing across the plain. "You have been chosen to receive the wisdom of the ancients." Anna listened in awe as the figure revealed the true history of Teotihuacan, a story of a civilization that had reached heights of knowledge and power far beyond anything the modern world had ever known. He spoke of advanced technologies, cosmic wisdom, and a connection to the very fabric of the universe itself. As the vision faded, Anna found herself back in the chamber, the crystal skull still clutched in her hands. Her team was staring at her in amazement, their faces filled with wonder and disbelief. Anna knew that they had all experienced the same revelation, and that their lives would never be the same. In the days that followed, Anna and her team worked tirelessly to unlock the secrets of the crystal skull and the ancient city that had created it. They discovered that Teotihuacan had been a center of learning and enlightenment, a place where the boundaries between the physical and spiritual realms had blurred. And as they delved deeper into the mysteries of the past, Anna realized that the true power of Teotihuacan lay not in its monuments or artifacts, but in the wisdom and knowledge that its people had possessed. It was a legacy that had been lost to time, but one that could now be rediscovered and shared with the world. As she stood once more atop the Pyramid of the Sun, Anna gazed out over the ancient city with new eyes. She knew that there were still many secrets waiting to be uncovered, and that her journey had only just begun. But she also knew that, with the help of the crystal skull and the wisdom of the ancients, anything was possible. And so, Dr. Ana Morales continued her quest to unlock the mysteries of Teotihuacan. Armed with the knowledge that the true power of the past lay not in the stones and structures that had withstood the test of time, but in the eternal human spirit that had built them, and that continued to seek truth and understanding in the face of the unknown. Anna and her team spent the next several weeks studying the crystal skull and the ancient chamber in which it had been found. They pored over the frescoes that adorned the walls, trying to decipher their meaning. The images depicted strange, otherworldly scenes, towering pyramids that seemed to touch the sky, beings with elongated skulls and piercing eyes, and intricate geometric patterns that pulsed with an eerie, almost hypnotic energy. As they worked, Anna found herself increasingly drawn to the crystal skull. She would spend hours gazing into its depths, marveling at the way the light played across its surface. At times, she almost felt as if the skull was speaking to her, whispering secrets from across the ages. One night, as Anna sat alone in her tent, the skull cradled in her lap, she suddenly felt a strange sensation wash over her. It was as if the world around her was falling away, replaced by a vast, infinite expanse of stars and swirling galaxies. She found herself standing on a narrow walkway that seemed to stretch out into eternity, with the crystal skull hovering before her, pulsing with an otherworldly light. As Anna watched in amazement, the skull began to transform, its surface rippling and shifting until it had taken on the form of a human face. But this was no ordinary face. It was angular and elongated, with high cheekbones and eyes that glowed with an inner fire. Ana Morales, the face spoke, its voice deep and resonant. You have been chosen to bear witness to the true history of our people. And with that, the face began to tell a story that would change Anna's understanding of the world forever. It spoke of a civilization that had arisen in the heart of Mesoamerica thousands of years ago. A civilization that had reached heights of knowledge and power that dwarfed anything the modern world had ever known. The Teotihuacanos, as they called themselves, had been masters of science and mathematics, able to harness the fundamental forces of the universe in ways that seemed almost magical. But their greatest achievement had been the discovery of a source of infinite energy, an energy that flowed through all things and connected them in a vast, cosmic web. The Teotihuacanos had learned to tap into this energy, using it to power their cities and their machines, to heal the sick and extend their lives far beyond the natural span. At the center of their civilization had stood the Great Pyramid of the Sun, a structure that was far more than just a monument or a temple. It was a vast machine, a device that could channel and manipulate the cosmic energy in ways that defied comprehension. And at its heart, the crystal skull had served as a key, a focal point that could unlock the pyramid's true potential. For centuries, the Teotihuacanos had flourished, their civilization expanding across the continent and beyond. But then, suddenly and without warning, they had vanished, leaving behind only ruins and legends. Some said that they had ascended to a higher plane of existence, shedding their physical forms and becoming one with the cosmic energy they had harnessed. Others whispered of a great catastrophe, a cataclysm that had wiped them out in a single, terrible instant. As the face spoke, Anna felt a sense of awe and wonder wash over her. She knew that she was being granted a glimpse into a world that had been lost to time, a world that held secrets beyond imagining. And she knew that she had been chosen for a reason, that her destiny was somehow intertwined with that of the Teotihuacanos and their incredible legacy. When the vision finally faded, Anna found herself back in her tent, the crystal skull still cradled in her lap. She knew that she had been given a great gift, a chance to unravel a mystery that had puzzled scientists and scholars for generations. And she knew that she would stop at nothing to discover the truth behind the Teotihuacanos and their incredible civilization. Over the next few months, Anna and her team worked tirelessly to unlock the secrets of the Pyramid of the Sun and the crystal skull that was its key. They used cutting-edge technology to scan the structure's interior, revealing a complex network of chambers and passageways that had lain hidden for centuries. And they delved deep into the myths and legends of the Teotihuacanos, seeking clues to the true nature of their power and their eventual fate. As they worked, strange things began to happen around the excavation site. Equipment would malfunction or disappear, only to reappear in unexpected places. Members of the team reported seeing ghostly figures wandering the ruins at night, their features obscured by an eerie, luminous mist. And Anna herself began to experience vivid dreams and visions, in which she found herself walking among the pyramids and temples of ancient Teotihuacan, surrounded by the long-dead citizens of that incredible city. Despite the challenges and setbacks, Anna refused to give up. She knew that she was on the brink of a discovery that could change the world, a discovery that could unlock the secrets of the universe itself. And she was determined to see it through, no matter the cost. Finally, after months of hard work and countless sleepless nights, Anna and her team made a breakthrough. They discovered a hidden chamber deep within the heart of the pyramid, a chamber that had been sealed off for thousands of years. And inside, they found something incredible, a vast, pulsing mass of energy that seemed to be alive, a swirling vortex of light and color that defied all known laws of physics. As Anna approached the energy field, the crystal skull in her hands began to glow with an inner fire. She felt a surge of power flow through her, a power that was both exhilarating and terrifying. And then, in a blinding flash of light, she found herself transported to another realm, a realm beyond space and time. She stood in a vast, infinite expanse, surrounded by towering pyramids that seemed to stretch out into eternity. And before her, hovering in the air like a ghostly apparition, was the face from her vision, the face of the Teotihuacano sage who had spoken to her through the crystal skull. "Welcome, Ana Morales," the face said, its voice echoing across the vastness. "You have unlocked the secret of our people, the secret of the cosmic energy that flows through all things. And now, you must use that knowledge to shape the future of your world." Anna listened in awe as the sage revealed the true extent of the Teotihuacanos' power and knowledge. He spoke of advanced technologies that could heal the sick, extend life, and even manipulate the fabric of reality itself. And he spoke of a great responsibility, a duty to use that power wisely and for the betterment of all humankind. As the vision faded, Anna found herself back in the hidden chamber, the crystal skull still clutched in her hands. She knew that she had been given a great gift, a chance to change the world in ways that she had never before imagined. And she knew that she would dedicate the rest of her life to fulfilling that incredible destiny. In the years that followed, Anna and her team worked tirelessly to unlock the full potential of the Teotihuacano legacy. They used the knowledge and power they had gained to create incredible new technologies, to heal the sick and extend human life, and to explore the farthest reaches of the cosmos. And they shared their discoveries with the world, ushering in a new era of peace, prosperity, and enlightenment. But even as they marveled at the incredible advancements they had made, Anna and her team never forgot the true source of their power and knowledge. They continued to study the ruins of Teotihuacan, seeking to unravel the remaining mysteries of that incredible civilization. And they passed down the wisdom of the Teotihuacanos from generation to generation, ensuring that their legacy would endure for all time. As for Anna herself, she became a legend in her own right. a visionary leader who had unlocked the secrets of the universe and changed the course of human history. And though she eventually passed from this world, her spirit lived on, guiding and inspiring those who followed in her footsteps, and reminding them always of the incredible power and potential that lay within the human heart. Story 8. The Cahokia Conundrum. Dr. Evelyn Carter stood at the base of Monk's Mound, the massive earthen structure rising before her like a silent guardian of forgotten history. The warm Illinois summer breeze whispered through the grass, carrying with it echoes of a civilization long vanished. Cahokia had been more than just an archaeological site to Evelyn. It was a lifelong obsession. Once the largest urban center north of Mexico, the city had mysteriously been abandoned around 1400 CE, leaving behind more questions than answers. At its peak, over 20,000 people had called this place home, creating a complex society that rivaled any ancient civilization. Her research had always suggested there was more to the story than simple environmental collapse or tribal conflict. Something profound had driven an entire population to abandon their sophisticated city. Everything changed on a quiet Tuesday evening when John Hawkins appeared at her office. An elderly Native American with deep-set eyes that seemed to hold centuries of wisdom. He carried a leather-bound journal that had been passed down through generations of his family. "Dr. Carter," he said, his voice low and measured, "I have something that might explain Cahokia's true history." The journal told a remarkable story of Black Crow, a powerful shaman who had discovered a malevolent supernatural force threatening the entire civilization. According to the account, Black Crow performed an extraordinary ritual to seal away this dark entity, but the cost was the permanent abandonment of Cahokia. Intrigued, Evelyn worked meticulously to verify the story. Archaeological evidence began to align in unexpected ways. Strange markings on artifacts, unusual structural designs in the city's layout, and inexplicable patterns in the archaeological record. Her breakthrough came when she discovered a hidden chamber beneath Monk's Mound. Inside, she found an ancient stone tablet covered in intricate symbols that would take months to fully decode. With the help of Native American language experts, she gradually unraveled its message, a warning about a dark force that could only be contained temporarily. The tablet suggested that Black Crow's ritual was not just a local event, but part of a larger cosmic struggle between light and darkness. It hinted at similar sealed entities in other ancient civilizations, waiting to be discovered. As Evelyn delved deeper, she assembled a team of experts, archaeologists, anthropologists, and spiritual leaders from various Native American tribes. Together, they would uncover the full truth behind Cahokia's mysterious abandonment and the supernatural force that had shaped its destiny. Little did they know that their investigation was about to uncover a mystery far bigger than anyone could have imagined, a secret that would challenge everything known about human history and the hidden forces that shape our world. As Evelyn and her team continued their investigation, they began to piece together the extraordinary puzzle of Black Crow's ritual and the dark force threatening Cahokia. The stone tablet revealed intricate details about an ancient supernatural entity that had terrorized the city's inhabitants. According to the translation, this force was not simply a mythical creature, but a sentient darkness that fed on human fear and chaos. Dr. Marcus Hoffman, a brilliant physicist who had joined Evelyn's team, discovered something even more remarkable. The symbols on the tablet contained complex mathematical patterns that suggested the entity was somehow connected to dimensional boundaries, existing between our world and something entirely unknown. John Hawkins played a crucial role in their research. His ancestral knowledge provided context that scientific methods alone could never uncover. He explained that Black Crow was more than just a shaman. He was a guardian chosen by his people to protect not just Cahokia, but potentially the entire region from this malevolent force. The ritual wasn't just about sealing away an evil, John told Evelyn one evening, his eyes reflecting a deep, ancient wisdom. It was about creating a barrier that would hold back a darkness that could destroy everything. Archaeological excavations around Monk's Mound began to yield unexpected discoveries. Strange artifacts with unusual energy signatures were found, objects that seemed to defy traditional scientific understanding. Some emitted low-level electromagnetic readings that couldn't be explained by conventional means. As their investigation deepened, the team realized that Cahokia's abandonment was not a simple historical event, but a carefully orchestrated exodus designed to protect future generations. The entire population had sacrificed their home to contain a threat that could have potentially destroyed much more than a single city. Evelyn knew they were onto something extraordinary. This was more than an archaeological discovery. It was a revelation that could rewrite understanding of prehistoric Native American civilizations and their spiritual practices. But with each layer they uncovered, new questions emerged. What was the true nature of the entity Black Crow had sealed? And more importantly, was it still contained after all these centuries? A breakthrough came unexpectedly during a late-night analysis session. Dr. Hoffman noticed a peculiar pattern in the artifact readings that correlated with specific astronomical alignments. When they mapped these against the original site layout of Cahokia, a startling geometric design emerged, one that suggested the entire city had been constructed as a massive protective mechanism. It's like they built the entire settlement as a kind of supernatural containment system, Hoffman explained, his fingers tracing complex lines on a detailed map. Each mound, each structure seems positioned to channel and restrict some form of energy. Evelyn realized they were dealing with something far more sophisticated than a simple historical site. Cahokia was a carefully engineered spiritual defense system, designed by people with a profound understanding of forces beyond conventional understanding. John Hawkins brought additional context from his tribal oral histories. He spoke of ancient guardians who could sense dimensional vulnerabilities, shamans with abilities to perceive threats invisible to ordinary perception. My ancestors knew the darkness was real, he said quietly. They didn't just believe they knew. The team's research took an unexpected turn when they discovered a series of underground chambers beneath Monk's Mound. These weren't simple storage spaces, but intricate ritual chambers with walls covered in sophisticated symbolic inscriptions that seemed to be a form of energetic programming. As they carefully documented each chamber, a chilling realization began to take shape. The entity Black Crow had sealed wasn't just a supernatural threat. It was something that could potentially destabilize the fabric of reality itself. We're talking about a force that exists between dimensional boundaries, Hoffman explained to Evelyn. Something that doesn't just threaten a city or a civilization, but could potentially unravel entire cosmic structures. The stakes of their investigation had just become monumentally higher. The discovery of the underground chambers marked a turning point in their investigation. Each chamber seemed to be a complex puzzle, with symbolic inscriptions that appeared to be both a warning and a method of containment. Evelyn noticed that the symbols changed subtly when viewed under different light spectrums. Using advanced imaging technology, they began to decode a multi-layered message that went far beyond traditional archaeological interpretation. This isn't just a historical record, Dr. Hoffman remarked, examining the intricate patterns. It's more like a dimensional blueprint, a complex system designed to maintain a barrier between our world and something else. John Hawkins confirmed their suspicions. According to his ancestral teachings, Black Crow had been more than a simple shaman. He was a chosen guardian, part of a lineage of spiritual protectors who understood the delicate balance between different planes of existence. The team discovered that the entity they were investigating wasn't a singular being, but more of a collective consciousness, a dark force that fed on human fear, conflict, and chaos. Its containment was crucial not just for Cahokia, but potentially for the entire region. A critical piece of evidence emerged when they found a hidden compartment within the deepest chamber. Inside was a strange artifact, a small stone sculpture that seemed to pulse with an almost imperceptible energy. When Evelyn touched it, she experienced a momentary vision of Cahokia at its peak, teeming with life, and then a sudden, terrifying darkness consuming everything. The ritual wasn't just about sealing away a threat, John explained. It was about creating a permanent barrier that would protect future generations. As they continued their research, the team realized that the threat was cyclical. The barriers Black Crow had created were designed to hold back the darkness for a specific period, a period that was rapidly approaching its end. Evelyn understood that their investigation had become more than an academic pursuit. They were now the guardians of a secret that could potentially save countless lives. The urgency of their mission became increasingly clear as strange phenomena began to occur around the Cahokia site. Electronic equipment would malfunction inexplicably, compasses would spin wildly, and team members reported unsettling dreams that seemed to bleed into reality. Dr. Hoffman's scientific instruments started detecting anomalous energy readings that defied conventional explanation. These fluctuations, he said, showing Evelyn a complex graph, suggest something is pushing against the dimensional barriers Black Crow created centuries ago. John Hawkins grew more solemn with each passing day. He shared ancient stories passed down through generations, tales of a darkness that could not be permanently defeated, only contained. My people always knew this day would come, he told Evelyn. The seals are weakening. The team's research revealed that Black Crow's original ritual was not just a spiritual act, but a complex scientific process that combined precise astronomical alignments, specific geographic positioning, and intricate energy manipulation. They were dealing with a technology far more advanced than anyone had previously imagined. A breakthrough came when they discovered a series of hidden coordinates encoded in the chamber inscriptions. These coordinates pointed to other ancient sites around the world, each potentially connected to similar containment efforts. It's like a global network of dimensional guardians, Evelyn realized. Cahokia wasn't an isolated incident. This has been happening throughout human history. As they prepared to decode the next set of coordinates, the ground beneath Monk's Mound began to tremble. A low, almost imperceptible hum started to build, a sound that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. John looked at Evelyn, his eyes filled with a mix of fear and determination. The barrier is breaking, he whispered. And we're the only ones who can stop what's coming. The race against an ancient, incomprehensible darkness had begun. The darkness began to manifest in increasingly disturbing ways. Shadow-like tendrils started to seep from the ground around Monk's Mound, creating unnatural patterns that seemed to defy the laws of physics. The team's equipment went haywire, with instruments registering impossible readings that suggested a breakdown of fundamental physical laws. Dr. Hoffman quickly developed a specialized containment protocol based on the ancient symbols they had discovered. These aren't just decorative markings, he explained, tracing the intricate patterns. They're a complex mathematical language designed to restrict dimensional breaches. Evelyn realized they needed more than just scientific understanding. She reached out to spiritual leaders from Native American tribes, bringing together a unique team of scientists and traditional knowledge keepers. Each brought a different perspective to their fight against the emerging threat. The coordinates they had discovered led them to create a global network of observation points. From the mountains of Peru to the deserts of Arizona, other research teams began reporting similar anomalies, subtle shifts in reality that suggested something fundamental was changing. John Hawkins began to perform a series of traditional rituals, combining ancient spiritual practices with the scientific insights the team had uncovered. The barrier is like a living membrane, he explained. It needs to be maintained, not just sealed. As the darkness grew stronger, the team discovered something even more terrifying. The entity they were fighting wasn't just a supernatural force. It was an intelligent, adaptive consciousness that had been waiting centuries to break free. Evelyn found herself at the center of a conflict that went far beyond archaeological research. They were now the last line of defense against a threat that could potentially unravel the very fabric of human existence. We're not just protecting Cahokia, she told her team. We're protecting everything. The final confrontation was approaching, and the fate of humanity hung in the balance. The final confrontation began with a series of escalating events that pushed the team to their absolute limits. The darkness had begun to manifest physically, creating impossible geometries around the Cahokia site that defied natural laws. Dr. Hoffman developed a complex device using the ancient symbols they had decoded, a hybrid of quantum technology and the spiritual mathematics found in the underground chambers. It's not just about blocking, he explained, but about redirecting and neutralizing the dimensional breach. Evelyn realized their approach needed to be multifaceted. They would need to combine scientific precision with the deep spiritual understanding that Black Crow had employed centuries ago. She brought together a unique team: quantum physicists, anthropologists, Native American spiritual leaders, and experts in dimensional theory. The entity they were fighting was not a simple monster, but a complex consciousness that existed between dimensions. It fed on fear, chaos, and human conflict, a predatory intelligence that had been waiting to break free from its containment. John Hawkins performed a series of intricate rituals at key points around Monk's Mound, creating a spiritual barrier that worked in conjunction with the scientific containment efforts. His movements were precise, each gesture loaded with generations of ancestral knowledge. As the darkness began to fully manifest, the team witnessed truly impossible phenomena. Shadows moved against natural light, spatial dimensions seemed to fold and twist, and the very ground beneath Monk's Mound began to pulse with an unnatural energy. We're not just fighting a supernatural force, Evelyn realized. We're protecting the fundamental structure of reality itself. The final moments of their confrontation would require every ounce of knowledge, courage, and understanding they had accumulated. The barrier between our world and the darkness was about to be tested like never before. As the final confrontation unfolded, Evelyn and her team realized that their battle was far more than a simple struggle against a supernatural threat. It was a profound exploration of humanity's deepest existential questions. The darkness they fought represented more than a physical or spiritual entity. It embodied the collective fears, conflicts, and destructive potential that lurk within human consciousness. Black Crow's original ritual, and now their current mission, were ultimately about understanding and transcending humanity's most fundamental challenges. Dr. Hoffman observed something remarkable during their containment efforts. The energy patterns they were manipulating revealed a deep interconnectedness of human experience. We're not just fighting an external threat, he explained. We're confronting the shadows within ourselves. John Hawkins provided crucial spiritual context. From his ancestral perspective, this battle was a testament to humanity's eternal struggle between chaos and order, between destruction and creation. The Native American traditions had long understood that true power comes not from conquering external forces, but from understanding and balancing internal ones. Evelyn began to see their mission as a metaphor for human progress. Throughout history, civilizations had faced existential challenges: wars, environmental catastrophes, social conflicts. Cahokia's abandonment wasn't a defeat, but a profound act of preservation and wisdom. The team discovered that the dark entity was essentially a collective manifestation of unresolved human trauma, fear, and conflict. By containing it, they were doing more than protecting a physical space. They were offering humanity a chance to heal, to understand its own destructive potential. We're not just scientists or researchers, Evelyn told her team. We're guardians of human potential. This battle is about choosing hope over fear, understanding over conflict. As they worked to seal the dimensional breach, they realized that their true victory would not be measured by scientific achievement, but by the deeper understanding they had gained about human nature, resilience, and the complex interconnectedness of existence. The darkness began to recede, not through violent confrontation, but through a profound process of understanding, compassion, and collective consciousness. Story 9. Beneath the Waves, the Yonaguni Monument Mystery. Off the coast of Yonaguni, Japan, a small island in the East China Sea, lies a submerged rock formation that has baffled experts and enthusiasts alike. The Yonaguni Monument, a series of massive, stepped structures carved into the underwater landscape, has sparked heated debates about its origins. Some believe it to be a natural phenomenon, while others are convinced it is evidence of a long-lost civilization. Marine archaeologist Dr. Himiko Tanaka had been fascinated by the Yonaguni Monument since she first learned of its existence. As a child growing up in Okinawa, she had heard stories of ancient kingdoms swallowed by the sea, their secrets forever lost beneath the waves. Now, as a respected researcher, she finally had the opportunity to investigate the enigmatic site herself. Himiko and her team arrived on Yonaguni Island, their equipment and supplies in tow. The locals greeted them with a mix of curiosity and skepticism, having grown accustomed to the occasional influx of researchers and documentarians seeking to unravel the monument's mysteries. After settling into their accommodations, Himiko wasted no time in preparing for their first dive. As they descended into the crystal-clear waters, Himiko felt a rush of excitement. The monument came into view, its angular lines and precise edges standing out in stark contrast to the organic forms of the surrounding coral and rock. Schools of colorful fish darted between the massive stone blocks, seemingly undisturbed by the presence of the divers. Himiko and her team spent hours meticulously documenting the site, taking measurements and photographs, and collecting samples for analysis. The sheer scale of the monument was breathtaking, with some of the largest blocks measuring over 20 feet in length. The intricate terraces and steps seemed to defy the notion that they could have been carved by natural processes alone. As the days turned into weeks, Himiko became increasingly convinced that the Yonaguni Monument was indeed the work of human hands. The precision of the cuts, the symmetry of the design, and the apparent intentionality of the layout all pointed to a sophisticated engineering project undertaken by an ancient civilization. However, Himiko knew that her theory would face intense scrutiny from the scientific community. The idea of a lost civilization existing in the region thousands of years ago, with the technological capabilities to undertake such a monumental construction project, was met with skepticism by many of her colleagues. Undeterred, Himiko pressed on with her research. She collaborated with geologists to study the rock formations and determine the age of the monument. She consulted with historians and archaeologists to search for clues in ancient texts and artifacts that might shed light on the mysterious builders. As the evidence mounted, Himiko's team made a startling discovery. Hidden within a series of underwater caves near the monument, they found remnants of ancient pottery and tools, unlike anything previously found in the region. Carbon dating revealed that the artifacts were over 10,000 years old, predating even the earliest known civilizations in Japan. The discovery sent shockwaves through the archaeological community. Himiko's findings suggested that a sophisticated culture had thrived on Yonaguni Island long before the rise of the Japanese Empire, leaving behind a legacy carved into the very bedrock of the seafloor. As news of the discovery spread, the Yonaguni Monument became a global sensation. Tourists flocked to the island, eager to catch a glimpse of the enigmatic structures that had captured the world's imagination. Himiko and her team were hailed as visionaries, their work celebrated as a groundbreaking contribution to the field of marine archaeology. Yet, even as the accolades poured in, Himiko couldn't shake the feeling that there was still more to uncover. The Yonaguni Monument held secrets that had endured for millennia, and she was determined to unravel them all. With renewed purpose, she set her sights on the next phase of her research, eager to delve deeper into the mystery that lay beneath the waves. As Himiko and her team prepared for the next phase of their research, they encountered an unexpected challenge. A powerful typhoon was brewing in the East China Sea, threatening to disrupt their plans and potentially destroy the delicate underwater ecosystem surrounding the Yonaguni Monument. Himiko knew they had to act fast. She coordinated with local authorities and weather experts to monitor the storm's progress and determine the best course of action. The team worked tirelessly to secure their equipment and protect the site from potential damage. As the typhoon approached, Himiko made the difficult decision to evacuate the island. The safety of her team and the local community was her top priority. They packed up their gear and boarded the last ferry to the mainland, watching as the once calm waters turned violent and turbulent. From the safety of Okinawa, Himiko watched helplessly as the typhoon battered Yonaguni Island. She feared for the fate of the monument, knowing that the powerful waves and currents could easily dislodge the ancient stones and bury the secrets they had worked so hard to uncover. Days turned into weeks as the storm raged on, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. When the weather finally cleared, Himiko and her team were among the first to return to the island, anxious to assess the damage. To their amazement, the Yonaguni monument had weathered the storm remarkably well. While some of the surrounding coral and rock formations had been damaged, the massive stone blocks remained intact, standing tall and proud beneath the waves. Himiko and her team wasted no time in resuming their work. They were more determined than ever to unravel the mysteries of the monument and the ancient civilization that had created it. As they delved deeper into the underwater caves and tunnels surrounding the site, they made another incredible discovery. Hidden within a chamber that had been sealed off for thousands of years, they found a series of intricate carvings and inscriptions, unlike anything they had ever seen before. The carvings depicted a thriving ancient city with towering temples, bustling markets, and a complex system of canals and aqueducts. The inscriptions, written in an unknown language, seemed to tell the story of a highly advanced society that had flourished on the island long before the rise of recorded history. Himiko and her team worked tirelessly to decipher the ancient script, collaborating with linguists and cryptographers from around the world. Slowly but surely, they began to piece together the story of the lost civilization of Yonaguni. According to the inscriptions, the ancient Yonaguni people had been a peaceful and prosperous society, with a deep connection to the sea. They had developed sophisticated technologies for fishing, navigation, and underwater construction, allowing them to build the incredible monument that now lay beneath the waves. But the inscriptions also hinted at a dark chapter in the civilization's history. A great cataclysm had struck the island, perhaps a massive earthquake or tsunami, that had devastated the city and sent its people fleeing for their lives. The monument, it seemed, had been a last-ditch effort to preserve their legacy, a testament to their ingenuity and resilience in the face of unimaginable adversity. As Himiko and her team shared their findings with the world, the Yonaguni monument became a symbol of hope and inspiration. It was a reminder that even in the face of the greatest challenges, the human spirit could endure and triumph. Himiko knew that there was still much work to be done. The monument held countless more secrets waiting to be uncovered, and she was determined to dedicate her life to exploring its depths and sharing its wonders with the world. As she stood on the shore of Yonaguni Island, gazing out at the sparkling blue sea, Himiko felt a deep sense of connection to the ancient civilization that had come before her. She knew that she was part of something greater than herself, a legacy that stretched back through the ages and would endure long after she was gone. With a smile on her face and a fire in her heart, Himiko turned back to her team, ready to embark on the next chapter of their incredible journey. The Yonaguni monument mystery had only just begun to unravel, and she couldn't wait to see where it would take her next. Story 10. The Oracle's Chamber. The helicopter's whine echoed across the valley as Dr. Elena Macris gazed down at the ruins of Delphi, clinging to the slopes of Mount Parnassus. Ancient columns cast long shadows in the late afternoon sun, the remnants of what was once the center of the world for the people of ancient Greece. "We're approaching the landing zone, Doctor," the pilot announced through her headset. Elena nodded, clutching her field notebook tighter. After 15 years of studying geological anomalies at ancient sacred sites, she was finally going to investigate the most famous oracle of the ancient world. The Greek government had granted her unprecedented access to conduct ground-penetrating radar studies beneath the Temple of Apollo, where the Pythia, the high priestess of Apollo, had once delivered her prophecies. As the helicopter settled on a small plateau, Elena spotted her colleague waiting for her. Dr. Nikolaos Petrakis stood with his arms crossed, squinting against the dust kicked up by the rotors. His weathered face broke into a smile as she approached. "Elena, welcome to the navel of the world," he shouted over the diminishing rotor noise, extending his arms to embrace her. "It's good to see you, Nico," she replied, returning his hug. "I've been waiting for this moment since graduate school." Nikolaos chuckled. "Ever since you proposed that tectonic activity influenced oracle sites, the archaeological community thought you were chasing fantasies. And now they've given me 3 weeks to prove my theory," Elena said, shouldering her backpack. "Let's not waste a minute." They hiked down a winding path toward the archaeological site. The sacred way, once walked by kings, generals, and philosophers seeking divine guidance, was now just a stone path leading through scattered ruins. "The team has already set up the equipment at the temple," Nikolaos explained. "We've received clearance to use the new quantum resonance scanner. It can detect void spaces and material composition up to 30 meters below the surface." Elena whistled. "That's deeper than any previous survey here. If there are underground chambers, we'll find them." "If they exist," Nikolaos cautioned. "Remember, many believe the oracle's powers came from hallucinations induced by ethylene gas from geological fissures, not hidden technology. Every major culture built their sacred sites on geological anomalies," Elena countered. "I'm convinced there's more to it than just vapors making the priestess hallucinate." As they approached the Temple of Apollo, Elena saw the equipment set up near the remains of the Adyton, the inner sanctum where the Pythia had delivered her prophecies. A team of technicians was making final adjustments to a device that looked like a cross between a medical MRI machine and a military radar array. Dr. Makris, a young woman, greeted her, stepping forward. "I'm Sophia Antoniadis, your technical lead. We're ready to begin the initial scan whenever you're ready." "Perfect," Elena said, setting down her equipment. "Let's start with a baseline reading of the entire temple area, then focus on the Adyton specifically." As the sun dipped toward the western horizon, casting the ruins in a golden glow, the team initiated the first scan. The machine hummed softly as it sent pulses deep into the earth beneath the ancient stones. Elena watched the monitor with growing excitement as data began to appear. "Look at these readings," she said, pointing to an anomaly on the screen. "There's definitely a void space beneath the Adyton." Sophia adjusted the settings. "It appears to be a chamber approximately 4 meters below the surface. And it seems to be... Wait, that can't be right." "What is it?" Nikolaos leaned in. "The chamber appears to be lined with some kind of metallic substance," Sophia replied, frowning at the readings. "But that would be impossible for something this old." Elena felt her pulse quicken. "Can we get a more detailed scan?" For the next 2 hours, they refined their data, confirming not only the existence of a chamber, but also a narrow passage leading to it from just outside the temple boundaries. "We need to find that entrance," Elena said, examining the 3D rendering. "According to these readings, it should be accessible from somewhere near that cluster of olive trees." Night had fallen by the time they located what appeared to be a collapsed entrance partially hidden beneath centuries of soil and vegetation. The team worked carefully under portable lights, removing layers of earth until they uncovered ancient stonework, a small archway sealed with fitted blocks. "This hasn't been opened in thousands of years," Nikolaos breathed, examining the masonry. The style is consistent with 6th century BCE construction, but these cut marks. I've never seen precision like this in ancient Greek stonework. Elena ran her fingers over the seams between blocks, marveling at how tightly they fit together without mortar. We'll need permission from the ministry before we can proceed any further. I'll make the call, Nikolaos said, stepping away to use his satellite phone. Sophia continued analyzing the skin data. Dr. Macris, you should see this. The chamber below has a specific geometric shape. It's a perfect dodecahedron. A 12-sided chamber? Elena frowned. That's an incredibly complex shape for ancient construction. And there's more, Sophia continued. The metallic lining appears to form patterns along the walls, possibly some kind of inscriptions or designs. By morning, the necessary permits had been expedited. The Minister of Culture himself had taken a personal interest in their discovery. A team of archaeological conservators arrived to supervise the opening of the sealed entrance. The process was painstaking. Each stone was numbered, photographed, and carefully removed. By mid-afternoon, they had created an opening large enough for a person to enter. I should go first, Elena said, strapping on a headlamp. This is my research project. Nikolaos nodded. We'll lower you down with a safety harness. At the first sign of structural instability, we pull you out. The passage was narrow and steep, descending at a sharp angle into the earth. Elena moved slowly, noting the smooth walls and carved steps. Unlike the rough-hewn passages found in many ancient sites, this one showed remarkable craftsmanship. The passage is stable, she reported into her radio. The air quality is surprisingly good. There must be some kind of natural ventilation system. After descending about 15 meters, the passage leveled out and opened into a small antechamber. Elena's headlamp illuminated walls covered in faded paintings, scenes of stars, planets, and figures engaged in what appeared to be astronomical observations. Nico, are you seeing this? She asked, the camera on her helmet transmitting images back to the team above. Incredible, his voice crackled through the radio. Those constellations, they're depicted with remarkable accuracy. Beyond the antechamber, a doorway led to another passage. This one was shorter and opened into a larger space that took Elena's breath away. She stood at the edge of a perfectly circular chamber with a domed ceiling. As her light played across the walls, metallic surfaces reflected the beam, creating dancing patterns throughout the room. The floor was inlaid with a mosaic map of the night sky, with certain stars marked by small pieces of crystal that sparkled in her lamplight. I'm in some kind of observatory, she reported, her voice echoing slightly. The walls are lined with a material that looks like polished bronze, but it hasn't corroded. And there's a central structure. In the middle of the chamber stood a raised platform supporting what appeared to be a complex mechanical device. It resembled the Antikythera mechanism, but was far larger and more elaborate. Concentric bronze rings were mounted on a central axis, with numerous smaller gears and pointers attached. Some parts were inlaid with silver and gold, marking positions along graduated scales. As Elena approached, she noticed something odd. Very faint sounds coming from the device, like the gentle ticking of a clock. This is impossible, she whispered. This mechanism appears to be active. What do you mean, active? Nikolaos asked through the radio. Parts of it are moving, very slowly. And there's an inscription around the base. Elena knelt to examine the ancient Greek letters encircling the platform. She translated aloud. The voice of the earth speaks through the harmony of the spheres. When aligned, the pathways between worlds open. As she completed the translation, a low humming sound began to emanate from the walls. The metallic surfaces seemed to vibrate slightly, and small apertures in the ceiling, previously unnoticed, began to allow thin beams of sunlight into the chamber. Something's happening, Elena reported, a mixture of excitement and apprehension in her voice. The sunlight is creating a pattern on the floor mosaic. The beams struck specific crystals in the mosaic, which refracted the light into precise patterns across the mechanism in the center. As each beam connected with different parts of the device, the movement of the gears became more pronounced. Elena, perhaps you should come back up until we understand what's happening, Nicolau suggested, concern evident in his voice. But Elena was transfixed. The mechanism was now rotating more visibly, its gears turning with a rhythmic precision. The humming from the walls intensified, resonating at a frequency that seemed to vibrate through her body. I think this is how it worked, she said, understanding dawning. The chamber is designed to channel and amplify sound waves from underground geological activity. The mechanism translates those vibrations into movement, which the priestess would interpret. As if responding to her words, the central axis of the mechanism extended upward, revealing a hollow tube that reached toward the ceiling. A soft light began to emanate from within it, casting shadows that moved across the walls like fluid patterns. Elena stepped closer, mesmerized by the dancing lights. The shadows seemed to form images, mountain ranges, coastlines, the movement of celestial bodies. She recognized the Mediterranean, but the coastlines were slightly different, showing sea levels that hadn't existed for thousands of years. It's showing historical geological changes, she breathed. This device was recording earthquake activity and sea level changes over time. The oracle wasn't just making predictions. She was interpreting actual geological data. The mechanism continued its movement, the patterns shifting to show future projections based on the established patterns. Elena watched in awe as the coastlines changed again, revealing what appeared to be predictions of geological events yet to come. Nico, this changes everything we know about ancient Greek science, she said. They weren't just philosophers. They were sophisticated scientists using technology we've only recently rediscovered. Elena, Nicolaus's voice crackled through the radio. The seismographs are picking up increased activity in the region. Nothing dangerous, but it might explain why the mechanism has activated now. As he spoke, the floor beneath Elena's feet trembled slightly, just enough to be noticeable. The mechanism responded immediately, its movements becoming more animated as it processed the new seismic data. The light patterns changed, focusing now on the area around Delphi itself. Elena watched as the projection showed a series of minor tremors moving through the region, culminating in what appeared to be the discovery of a new geological feature, a previously unknown underground aquifer. It's showing us where to find water, she realized, in a region that's been suffering from drought for years. The oracle wasn't just about prophecy, it was a tool for resource management and long-term planning. Over the next several hours, a team of experts was carefully lowered into the chamber. Archaeologists, engineers, and linguists worked together to document every aspect of the discovery. The walls were found to be covered in inscriptions describing a sophisticated understanding of geology, astronomy, and mathematics that wouldn't be rediscovered for millennia. One inscription in particular stood out, carved in smaller letters near the entrance. Knowledge is the light that guides us through dark ages. What is forgotten may be remembered when the stars align once more. 3 days later, Elena stood at the edge of the chamber, watching as specialists carefully documented the mechanism's movements during a minor seismic event. The revelation of the oracle's chamber had already sent shockwaves through the academic world, challenging conventional understanding of ancient technological capabilities. You were right all along, Nicolaus said, standing beside her. The oracle's power wasn't supernatural. It was based on observation and data. But that doesn't make it any less remarkable, Elena replied. They created a system to interpret the Earth's movements and make predictions based on patterns. In many ways, that's exactly what modern science does. There's something else, Sophia interrupted, approaching with a tablet. We've analyzed the composition of the metal lining the walls. It's an alloy of copper, tin, and several other elements that shouldn't have been possible to create with ancient technology. And the most puzzling part, it contains traces of elements that aren't native to this region. Elena took the tablet, studying the analysis. Could it be trade with distant regions? We know the Greeks had extensive networks. Some of these elements would have been unknown in the ancient world, Sophia explained. And the precision of the mixture suggests knowledge of metallurgy far beyond what we thought possible for that time period. As the implications sank in, Elena's gaze was drawn back to the central mechanism, still quietly tracking the movements of the earth below. For thousands of years, it had sat in darkness, recording and analyzing, waiting to be rediscovered. I think we're just scratching the surface, she said finally. This chamber suggests there was a level of scientific understanding that was lost, perhaps deliberately hidden away for safekeeping during some ancient crisis. But why hide such knowledge? Nikolaus wondered. Perhaps for the same reason the oracle spoke in riddles, Elena suggested. Some knowledge is dangerous in the wrong hands. The priestesses may have been the guardians of scientific traditions they believed needed to be protected from misuse. As if responding to her words, the mechanism shifted again, its gears turning to track some subtle movement deep within the earth. The light patterns changed, forming new configurations across the walls. It's showing something different, Sophia observed. Look at the pattern it's projecting on the eastern wall. The lights had formed what appeared to be a map, showing the Mediterranean region with several points highlighted by particularly bright spots of light. Elena recognized the locations immediately. Dodona, Humi Siwa. She listed, pointing to each illuminated spot. These are all oracle sites from the ancient world. Are you saying there could be chambers like this one at each location? Nikolaus asked, his eyes widening. Elena studied the pattern more carefully. Not just chambers, I think they're connected somehow. Look at how the lines of light connect between them, forming a network. A prehistoric seismic monitoring network, Sophia breathed. Each site positioned over geologically active areas, collecting data that was somehow shared between locations. The implications were staggering. Not just one site with advanced technology, but an entire system spanning multiple countries and cultures, working together to monitor geological activity across the ancient world. We need to expand our investigation, Elena decided. If we're right, this could be just one node in a much larger network of ancient scientific observation posts. As they continued to study the chamber's secrets, Elena couldn't help but wonder what other knowledge might be waiting to be rediscovered. Ancient wisdom preserved in hidden chambers beneath sacred sites around the world. The oracle's prophecies, it seemed, had been based on something far more substantial than vapors and hallucinations. They had been grounded in careful observation, precise measurement, and a sophisticated understanding of the natural world that had been lost to time. Until now. In the weeks that followed, Elena's team made remarkable progress deciphering the inscriptions throughout the chamber. They revealed a complex cosmology that combined astronomical observation with geological knowledge, creating a system for predicting earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and even weather patterns with surprising accuracy. One morning, as Elena was documenting a particularly intricate series of inscriptions, Sophia rushed into the chamber, her face flushed with excitement. "You need to see this," she said, holding out her tablet. "We've been analyzing the frequency of the sounds the chamber produces during seismic events. They're not random. They're mathematical sequences, almost like a code." Elena studied the waveform patterns on the screen. "These look like Fibonacci sequences," Sophia confirmed, "and other mathematical patterns that weren't supposedly discovered until the medieval period. But there's more. When we run the sequences through our predictive modeling software, they match projected earthquake patterns with 87% accuracy." Elena sat back on her heels, letting the implications sink in. They weren't just recording past events. They were using mathematical models to make future predictions. Exactly. And we've identified similar mathematical patterns in ancient pottery fragments found at other oracle sites across Greece and Turkey. I think these patterns were a way of sharing data between locations. The chamber had yielded another secret, but Elena sensed they had barely begun to understand its full significance. That night, as the team continued their work under powerful lights, she noticed something they had previously overlooked. A small depression in the floor near the central mechanism, about the size and shape of a human hand. "Has anyone examined this?" she asked, pointing to the shallow cavity. "We noted it in the preliminary survey," one of the archaeologists replied. "It doesn't appear to have any mechanical function. Perhaps decorative?" Elena knelt beside it, studying the smooth contours. It was lined with the same metallic alloy as the walls, and fine lines radiated outward from it, like a sunburst pattern. "I don't think it's decorative," she said slowly. "The positioning is too deliberate." Acting on instinct, she placed her hand into the depression. It fit perfectly, as if designed for human interaction. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the chamber responded. The humming from the walls intensified, and the mechanism at the center began to rotate more rapidly. The light patterns shifted, forming new configurations that spiraled across the ceiling and walls before concentrating into a beam that illuminated a previously unnoticed seam in the far wall. "There's another chamber," Nikolaus whispered, as a section of the wall silently recessed and slid aside, revealing a dark passage beyond. Elena removed her hand from the depression, but the opening remained. She approached cautiously, shining her light into the darkness. The passage was short, opening into a smaller, hexagonal chamber with a raised platform in the center. Unlike the main chamber, this one contained no mechanism. Instead, the platform held what appeared to be a collection of metal tablets, stacked neatly and secured with a bronze chain. Each tablet was approximately the size of a modern book, their surfaces covered with densely packed inscriptions. "Careful," Nikolaus cautioned as Elena lifted the first tablet. "The metal is likely fragile after all this time." But the tablet felt surprisingly solid in her hands, showing none of the brittleness one would expect from ancient metal. The inscriptions were in a script she recognized as linear, a writing system used in ancient Crete that had never been fully deciphered. "This predates the oracle at Delphi by centuries," she said, her voice hushed with awe. This knowledge wasn't Greek in origin. They inherited it from an older civilization. As they carefully documented and photographed each tablet, a narrative began to emerge. Though they couldn't decipher the full text, diagrams and mathematical symbols provided clues to their content. They appeared to describe a system of geological monitoring that had once spanned the entire Mediterranean region, established by a civilization that had recognized patterns in earthquakes and volcanic eruptions. "Look at this," Sophia said, pointing to a diagram on the seventh tablet. "This appears to be showing the eruption that destroyed Thera and the Minoan civilization around 1600 BCE. But it's not just recording the event. It's showing how it could have been predicted based on prior seismic activity." A warning system, Elena realized. They were trying to create a network that could provide early warnings for natural disasters. The final tablet was different from the others. Rather than technical diagrams, it contained what appeared to be a map, showing not just the Mediterranean but land masses that matched modern satellite images of Europe, Africa, and parts of Asia. Certain locations were marked with symbols that corresponded to geological features, fault lines, volcanic systems, and what appeared to be underground aquifers. "This level of geographical knowledge shouldn't have been possible," Nikolaus murmured. "Not without aerial observation. Unless they were compiling observations from travelers over many generations," Elena suggested, building a composite picture based on collective knowledge. But even as she offered the explanation, she wasn't entirely convinced. The precision of the map suggested something more. a level of technological capability that challenged conventional understanding of ancient civilizations. As they continued their investigation, news of the discovery spread throughout the archaeological community and beyond. The Greek government established a permanent research facility at the site, bringing together experts from diverse fields to study the oracle's chamber and its implications. 6 months later, Elena stood at the entrance to the main chamber, watching as a team of engineers carefully created a high-resolution digital model of the central mechanism. They had managed to decode enough of the tablets to understand the basic principles of how it worked, a sophisticated system that used geological vibrations, astronomical alignments, and mathematical models to track patterns in the Earth's behavior. We've identified 5 more potential chamber locations based on the map, Nikolaos said, joining her. Teams are already preparing to investigate the site near Dodona. And the dating results? Elena asked. Confirmed. The chamber construction dates to approximately 1200 BCE, during the collapse of the Bronze Age civilizations. But the technology inside appears to be based on principles developed much earlier, possibly during the height of Minoan civilization around 1700 BCE. Elena nodded, considering the timeline. A knowledge preservation project. As their civilization faced collapse, they created these chambers to preserve their scientific understanding for future generations. But why hide it behind oracles and mysticism? Nikolaos wondered. Perhaps because they recognized that knowledge without wisdom is dangerous, Elena suggested. The priestesses weren't just fortune tellers. They were the guardians of ancient science, determining who was worthy of access to certain knowledge. As they spoke, a technician approached with a tablet displaying new data. Dr. Macris, we've completed the analysis of the vibration patterns. When combined with astronomical data, they show something remarkable. The mechanism doesn't just predict geological events. It shows correlations between cosmic phenomena and earthly changes. Elena studied the charts on the screen. They were tracking relationships between solar activity, planetary positions, and seismic events, she realized. Testing for correlations that modern science has only recently begun to explore. There's more, the technician continued. The mechanism has been recording data continuously for thousands of years. We're extracting a historical record of seismic activity that extends back to the Bronze Age, a dataset that doesn't exist anywhere else in the world. The implications were enormous, not just for archaeology, but for geology, climatology, and our understanding of Earth's past. The Oracle's chamber had preserved a continuous record of the planet's behavior that could help modern scientists better understand long-term patterns and cycles. As the research continued, Elena often found herself returning to the smaller hexagonal chamber with the metal tablets. Though teams of linguists were making progress deciphering the linear A script, many passages remained mysterious. One recurring symbol particularly intrigued her, a spiral design that appeared at key points throughout the text. One evening, as the site was quieting for the night, Elena sat alone in the hexagonal chamber, studying high-resolution photographs of the tablets. As her eyes traced the spiral symbol for the 100th time, something clicked in her mind, a connection she hadn't seen before. The spiral wasn't just a decorative element. It matched the pattern of a particular type of seismic wave propagation through the Earth's crust, and it appeared in the text directly before descriptions of what appeared to be prediction methodologies. They weren't just observing, she whispered to herself. They understood wave propagation. They had a working theory of plate tectonics thousands of years before modern science developed it. As the full implications dawned on her, Elena felt a profound sense of humility. The ancient world hadn't been primitive or unsophisticated. It had contained minds capable of remarkable scientific insight. Knowledge that had been lost, forgotten, or deliberately hidden away had once formed the foundation of an advanced understanding of the natural world. The oracle at Delphi, speaking her cryptic prophecies from a trance state, had been the public face of something far more profound, a scientific tradition stretching back to the dawn of civilization, preserved through ages of turmoil and darkness. And now, that knowledge had re-emerged into the light, challenging humanity to reconsider its past and perhaps offering wisdom for navigating an uncertain future. As Elena prepared to share her latest insights with the research team, she couldn't help but wonder what other secrets might lie hidden beneath ancient sacred sites around the world, waiting for the right moment to be rediscovered, when once again, as the inscription had said, the stars align. The next morning, Elena woke early in her temporary quarters near the research facility. The sun was just beginning to illuminate Mount Parnassus as she sipped her coffee, reviewing her notes from the previous day's breakthrough. The spiral pattern she had identified wasn't just appearing on the tablets. It was echoed in the design of the central mechanism itself, in the arrangement of certain oracle sites across the Mediterranean, and even in the layout of ancient Delphi. A knock at her door interrupted her thoughts. Sophia stood there, holding a tablet and wearing an expression of barely contained excitement. "We've detected something," she said without preamble. "The mechanism is showing increased activity. Seismic sensors are picking up a series of minor tremors along a line stretching from here to Dodona." Elena set down her coffee. "Show me." They hurried to the research facility, where a team of scientists was already gathered around displays showing real-time seismic data. The pattern was unmistakable, a sequence of small earthquakes, too minor to cause damage but following a distinct linear progression. "It started 3 hours ago," explained Dr. Vasilis Kontas, the lead geologist. "Each tremor is separated by exactly 27 minutes, and they're moving northeast at a consistent rate." "That's not a natural pattern," Elena said, studying the map. "Natural seismic sequences don't maintain that kind of timing precision." "Exactly," Vasilis agreed. "And look at the mechanism's response." The central device in the oracle's chamber had shifted its configuration. The concentric rings had realigned, and the light patterns it projected now formed a pulsing pathway that matched the trajectory of the tremors perfectly. "It's as if the mechanism anticipated this sequence," Nikolaus observed. Or it's responding to a signal," Elena finished his thought. "A signal transmitted through the Earth's crust itself." The implications hung in the air. If true, it would mean they weren't just looking at an ancient monitoring system, but a communication network, one that someone or something was currently using. The final tremor in this sequence, if it continues on the same path and timing, will reach Dodona in approximately 6 hours, Vasilis calculated. Right beneath the ancient oracle site, where the second excavation team is preparing to begin work. Elena made a quick decision. "I need to get to Dodona immediately. If there's another chamber there, it may be activating in response to these tremors." Within an hour, a helicopter was carrying Elena, Sophia, and a small team of specialists toward the ancient sanctuary of Dodona in northwestern Greece. Once home to the oldest oracle in the Hellenic world, the site was now mostly ruins, fallen columns and foundation stones scattered among ancient oak trees. As they approached, Elena could see the expedition camp that had been established at the edge of the archaeological site. The team there had been conducting preliminary surveys but hadn't yet begun excavation. Dr. Makris, Dr. Eleni Pappas, the lead archaeologist at Dodona, greeted them as they disembarked. "We received your message. The ground-penetrating radar equipment is already in position. Have you detected anything unusual?" Elena asked as they walked briskly toward the ancient sanctuary. "Nothing on our instruments, but—" Dr. Pappas hesitated. "Some of the local workers reported hearing sounds last night. A low humming coming from beneath the earth." Elena and Sophia exchanged glances. "The same frequency as at Delphi?" Sophia asked. "We've set up acoustic monitoring equipment, but haven't captured anything definitive yet," Dr. Pappas replied. They reached the heart of the sanctuary, where the foundation of the Temple of Zeus remained partially intact. Unlike Delphi, where the oracle had inhaled vapors, at Dodona the priestesses had interpreted the rustling of oak leaves and the sounds of bronze bowls struck by the wind. The traditional story is that the oracle communicated through sound here, Elena mused. Perhaps that's not merely symbolic. As they set up additional monitoring equipment, the minutes ticked by. The predicted time for the final tremor in the sequence approached. Elena found herself holding her breath as she watched both the seismic monitors and the ground itself, unsure what to expect. At precisely the calculated moment, the tremor arrived. A subtle vibration that would have been easy to miss if they hadn't been looking for it. But its effect was immediate and dramatic. A low, resonant tone began to emanate from somewhere beneath the temple foundations. It started almost imperceptibly but grew steadily louder, seeming to vibrate through the very stones of the ruins. It's the same frequency we recorded at Delphi, Sophia confirmed, checking her instruments. But much stronger. The sound continued to build, creating standing waves that caused small pebbles on the ground to arrange themselves into distinct patterns, concentric circles radiating outward from a specific point near the center of the temple foundations. There, Elena pointed. That's where we need to focus our search. The team worked quickly, using the newly arrived equipment to scan the area in detail. The results were conclusive. A void space existed approximately 5 meters below the surface, with a narrow passage leading to it from the western side of the temple foundations. We need permission from the ministry before we can excavate, Dr. Pappas reminded them. We might not have time to wait, Elena replied, her eyes on the seismic monitors. Look at this pattern. It's changing. The sequence of tremors had completed, but now a new pattern was emerging. Subtle vibrations arranged in what appeared to be a complex rhythmic sequence. It's like a countdown, Sophia said, analyzing the pattern. If this continues on its current progression, it peaks in about 3 hours. Elena made a quick call to the Minister of Culture, explaining the urgency of the situation. Given the significance of the Delphi discovery, she was granted emergency permission to proceed with a limited exploratory excavation. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, the team worked feverishly to uncover what appeared to be a small, ancient entrance partially hidden beneath a fallen column. Unlike the sealed doorway at Delphi, this one had a different mechanism, a circular stone door with intricate carvings. It looks like it's designed to rotate, observed Dr. Pappas, examining the edge of the stone disc. But after thousands of years, it's likely fused in place. Elena studied the carvings on the door, concentric circles with various symbols positioned along them. Some she recognized from the tablets at Delphi. These aren't just decorative, she said, tracing the patterns with her finger. I think it's a combination lock of sorts. These symbols need to be aligned in a specific pattern. But how would we know the correct alignment? Nikolaus asked. Elena thought for a moment, then turned to Sophia. The seismic pattern we're currently detecting. Can you visualize it as a circular pattern rather than a linear wave? Sophia worked quickly on her tablet, converting the seismic data into a circular representation. Like this. The resulting pattern was striking. A series of peaks and valleys arranged in a configuration that bore a remarkable resemblance to the carvings on the stone door. That's it, Elena breathed. The key is in the seismic pattern itself. The Earth is telling us how to open it. Working carefully, they identified points on the door that corresponded to the peaks in the seismic pattern. When pressure was applied to these points in sequence, something within the ancient mechanism shifted. With a low grinding sound, the stone door began to rotate, revealing a dark passage beyond. Remarkable engineering, Dr. Pappas murmured. A locking system that responds to a specific seismic sequence, one that's only occurring now, after thousands of years. Elena led the way into the passage, which descended steeply into the earth. Unlike the precisely cut stone passage at Delphi, This one appeared to be largely natural, a fissure in the limestone that had been minimally modified by human hands. As they descended, the humming sound grew louder, vibrating through the stone around them. The air remained surprisingly fresh, suggesting some kind of ventilation system. The passage eventually opened into a chamber smaller than the one at Delphi, but no less impressive. Its walls were lined not with metal, but with a crystalline substance that caught and refracted their light in dazzling patterns. At the center stood not a mechanical device, but a crystal formation rising from the floor like a small forest of transparent columns. "This is different," Elena said, approaching the crystal structure cautiously. "But I think it serves the same purpose." Sophia scanned the crystals with her instruments. They're vibrating in response to the seismic waves, each at a slightly different frequency. Together, they're creating a complex harmonic pattern. As they watched, the vibration of the crystals intensified. Light seemed to move within them, flowing between columns and patterns that reminded Elena of the movement of data through fiber optic cables. "It's processing information," she realized, converting seismic vibrations into some kind of signal. Suddenly, the crystal formation emitted a pulse of light that struck the far wall of the chamber. Where the light hit, the crystalline lining began to glow, revealing what appeared to be a map similar to the one they had found on the metal tablet at Delphi. But this one was more detailed, showing not just land masses, but what appeared to be a network of lines connecting various points across the Mediterranean and beyond. "It's showing us the entire network," Elena breathed. "Each point must be another chamber or monitoring station." As they studied the glowing map, certain points began to pulse with increasing brightness. One near Athens, another in what would now be Turkey, a third in Egypt, and dozens more, forming a web that spanned the ancient world. "They're all activating," Sophia said, her voice hushed with awe. "The entire network is coming online for the first time in thousands of years." "But why now?" Nikolaus wondered. "What's triggering this after all this time?" Before Elena could respond, the crystal formation at the center of the chamber pulsed again, this time projecting what appeared to be a series of images onto the wall beside the map. They watched in stunned silence as scenes played out before them. Coastlines changing, mountains shifting, the flow of rivers altering course. "It's showing geological changes," Dr. Pappas observed. "But some of these haven't happened yet. It's showing projections." The final image that appeared was a detailed depiction of the Mediterranean region, with a specific area highlighted, a segment of the seabed between Crete and the Greek mainland. As they watched, the image zoomed in, showing increasing detail of submarine features, finally focusing on what appeared to be a massive fault line. Numbers appeared beside the image, a countdown in a numeric system that Elena recognized from the tablets at Delphi. "If I'm reading this correctly," she said slowly, "this is showing a major seismic event predicted to occur in that region in approximately 6 months. A major earthquake?" Dr. Pappas asked. "Potentially worse," Elena replied, studying the projections. "This could trigger a tsunami affecting the entire eastern Mediterranean. The scale would be catastrophic," Sophia finished, running calculations on her tablet based on the data being displayed. "If this prediction is accurate, we're looking at an event comparable to the 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami." The implications were staggering. They had discovered not just a historical artifact, but a functioning early warning system, one that was providing specific, actionable information about a potential natural disaster. "We need to alert the Geological Survey authorities immediately," Elena said. "If this prediction is correct, there might be time to prepare to save countless lives." As she spoke, the crystal formation pulsed once more, and a final image appeared on the wall, a spiral pattern that Elena immediately recognized from the tablets. But now, seeing it in this context, she understood its meaning with sudden clarity. "It's not just a symbol for seismic waves," she said, approaching the projected image. "It's a solution, a method for disrupting the building pressure along fault lines before a catastrophic release. The spiral pattern was accompanied by a series of diagrams showing what appeared to be constructed chambers positioned at specific points along major fault lines. Within each chamber was a device similar to the crystal formation before them, but arranged in configurations that would generate counter-vibrations. They developed a technology to prevent earthquakes, Elena realized, her voice barely above a whisper. Not just predict them, prevent them. The ancient network hadn't been created merely to warn of disasters, but to actively mitigate them through a sophisticated understanding of how seismic energies moved through the Earth's crust. The oracles, with their cryptic prophecies, had been the public face of a far more ambitious project, an ancient planetary engineering effort designed to stabilize geological processes. As the team documented everything, preparing to share their findings with authorities, Elena couldn't help but wonder how history might have been different if this knowledge had never been lost. If the network had remained operational throughout the centuries instead of falling into silence and obscurity. And more importantly, she wondered if modern science could reactivate what the ancients had begun, if the wisdom preserved in these hidden chambers might once again help humanity live in greater harmony with the dynamic forces of the planet. The countdown continued its steady progression on the wall before them, a warning from the distant past about a threat in the near future, and perhaps an opportunity to prove that the ancient knowledge had not been rediscovered too late. As dawn broke the next day, the Dodona site bustled with activity. Government officials, scientists, and military personnel had arrived through the night, transforming the quiet archaeological excavation into a hive of urgent purpose. Elena watched from the entrance of the crystal chamber as teams of specialists carefully documented every aspect of the discovery. The ministry has classified this as a matter of national security, Nikolaus told her, returning from a meeting with government representatives. They've assembled a task force of geologists, seismologists, and engineers to evaluate the tsunami prediction. Do they believe it? Elena asked. They're skeptical, naturally. But after preliminary analysis of the data from both chambers, they're taking it seriously enough to initiate monitoring protocols for the identified fault line. Elena nodded, relieved but not surprised. The precision of the ancient technology they had uncovered was too impressive to dismiss out of hand, even by the most skeptical modern scientists. Sophia approached, carrying a tablet displaying new findings. We've been analyzing the crystal structure at the molecular level, she reported. The material isn't natural quartz as we initially thought. It's a sophisticated piezoelectric composite that amplifies and channels seismic energy with remarkable efficiency. Could modern technology replicate it? Elena asked. Theoretically, yes. The basic principles align with current understanding of piezoelectric materials, but the specific composition. Sophia shook her head in wonder. It's elegant, far more efficient than anything we've developed. Their conversation was interrupted by Dr. Andreas Makris, Elena's father and one of Greece's most respected geophysicists, who had flown in overnight at the government's request. Elena, he embraced his daughter warmly before turning to examine the crystal formation with professional interest. Extraordinary. Simply extraordinary. What do you think, Papa? Elena asked. Could the seismic prediction be accurate? Andreas stroked his beard thoughtfully. The fault line identified in the projection has been monitored for decades. We know it's active and potentially dangerous. But our models have never suggested an event of the magnitude being predicted here. He paused, studying the data displays. However, our models are based on relatively recent historical data. If this system has been monitoring seismic patterns for thousands of years, it would have a much larger data set to work with, Elena finished, allowing it to identify longer-term cycles we might have missed. Precisely. Andreas turned to a government official who had been listening nearby. I recommend we deploy additional monitoring buoys along the fault line immediately, and begin consultations with other Mediterranean nations about precautionary measures. As the official nodded and stepped away to make arrangements, Andreas turned back to his daughter. Now, tell me about this other aspect, the prevention technology. That sounds considerably more controversial. Elena led her father to the wall where the spiral pattern was still visible, explaining what they had discovered about the ancient system's dual purpose. If I understand correctly, Andreas said when she had finished, these chambers were positioned at strategic points along major fault lines. The crystal formations would generate counter-vibrations, essentially releasing pressure gradually rather than allowing it to build to catastrophic levels. That's our current interpretation, Elena confirmed. The ancients created a network that could both predict and prevent major seismic events. And this network suddenly reactivated after thousands of years of dormancy, Andreas mused. The timing seems significant. Before Elena could respond, Sophia called them over to where she was examining data from continuous monitoring of both the Delphi and Dodona chambers. Look at this, she said, pointing to a pattern on her screen. The activation isn't random. Both chambers are responding to a specific sequence of minor tremors that began approximately 2 weeks ago. The pattern matches one described in the tablets, what they called the awakening sequence. As if the system was designed to reactivate under specific geological conditions, Elena suggested. Conditions that haven't occurred for thousands of years, Andreas added, his expression grave, which supports the prediction of an unusually large seismic event. The implications hung heavily in the air. If the ancient technology was correct, they were facing a potential disaster of historic proportions. But they also had been given a possible solution, if they could understand it in time. Over the following days, the team expanded their investigation, correlating the information from both chambers and beginning preliminary explorations at 3 other sites identified on the network map. Each new discovery added pieces to the puzzle, revealing a system of remarkable sophistication. 2 weeks after the discovery at Dodona, an international conference was hastily convened in Athens, bringing together experts from across the Mediterranean region. Elena found herself addressing an auditorium filled with scientists, government officials, and military personnel. The evidence suggests that approximately 3,000 years ago, a network of monitoring and intervention stations was established across the Mediterranean basin, she explained, gesturing to a map displaying the locations they had identified. These stations used advanced technology to monitor seismic activity and, when necessary, intervene to prevent catastrophic events. And you believe this ancient technology predicted a major tsunami 6 months from now? Asked a skeptical Italian seismologist. We're not asking you to take the prediction on faith, Elena replied. Modern monitoring equipment has been deployed along the identified fault line. The data being collected supports the possibility of significant seismic activity in the region. Dr. Vasilis Kontas stepped forward to present the modern scientific findings. Preliminary sonar mapping has revealed previously undetected stress patterns in the fault line that align with the ancient system's prediction. Our models now show a 62% probability of a major event within the next 8 months, significantly higher than previous estimates. The room buzzed with concerned conversation. A Turkish official raised his hand. If we accept that this threat is real, what do you propose? Modern technology cannot prevent earthquakes. Perhaps not yet, Elena responded. But we believe the ancient technology could. We've identified 5 key locations where intervention chambers once existed. 3 remain intact enough to potentially reactivate. The other 2 would need to be reconstructed. You're suggesting we attempt to rebuild and deploy technology we barely understand, based on 3,000-year-old designs? The question came from a representative of the European Seismological Commission, his tone deeply skeptical. Andreas Makris took the podium. I understand your skepticism. It's justified. But consider this. We've demonstrated that the monitoring capabilities of this ancient system are remarkably accurate. Its predictions align with our most advanced modern models, and in some cases, provide insights our models missed. He displayed a series of comparative analyses showing the correlation between the ancient predictions and modern data. If the monitoring aspect of this technology is this sophisticated, we would be remiss not to seriously investigate its intervention capabilities as well. The debate continued for hours, but eventually, a consensus emerged. A multinational task force would be established to further investigate the ancient technology while simultaneously implementing conventional disaster preparation protocols. The project would be called Oracle Network Reactivation Initiative, or ONRI. As the conference concluded, Elena found herself standing on the balcony of the conference center, looking out over modern Athens with the Parthenon visible in the distance. Nikolaos joined her, handing her a cup of coffee. "You've changed the world, you know," he said quietly. "Whatever happens next, our understanding of ancient history has been irrevocably transformed." Elena sipped her coffee, thinking of the countless generations of priestesses who had served as the human interface for a technological system they may have only partially understood. "I keep wondering why the knowledge was lost," she said. "If they had this technology, this understanding, why hide it behind oracles and mysticism? Why not share it openly?" "Perhaps they tried," Nikolaos suggested. "But consider the context of the Late Bronze Age, a time of collapse, warfare, population movements. Maybe the network was their attempt to preserve crucial knowledge through an age they knew would be dark and chaotic. By encoding it in a form that would survive sacred sites and religious practices," Elena nodded. "The continuity of the oracles ensured the chambers remained protected, even if their true purpose was forgotten." As they spoke, Sophia approached with her ever-present tablet. "You need to see this," she said urgently. "We've detected new activity at the Delphi chamber." The central mechanism had shifted again, its concentric rings realigning into a new configuration. The light patterns it projected now formed what appeared to be a sequence of instructions, diagrams showing the specific positioning of crystal formations at each of the 5 key intervention sites. "It's giving us the blueprint," Elena realized, "showing us exactly how to reactivate the intervention network." Over the next 4 months, the ONRI team worked relentlessly. At 3 of the ancient sites, one near Mount Etna in Sicily, another in western Turkey, and a third on Crete, they uncovered chambers similar to those at Delphi and Dodona, each with unique characteristics but functioning on the same principles. At the 2 remaining sites, where the original chambers had been destroyed, they began construction of modern replicas based on the ancient designs. The work combined cutting-edge science with archaeological detective work. Materials scientists reverse-engineered the crystal composites, while engineers worked to understand the precise mechanisms by which the intervention stations would generate counter-vibrations. As the projected date of the seismic event drew closer, conventional preparation efforts intensified as well. Coastal communities throughout the eastern Mediterranean were briefed on evacuation procedures, and early warning systems were reviewed and upgraded. 3 weeks before the predicted event, Elena stood inside the newly constructed intervention chamber near the Greek island of Santorini, watching as technicians made final adjustments to a crystal formation built according to the ancient specifications. Similar work was being completed at the other 4 sites. "The network will be fully operational within 48 hours, reported Dr. Yasmin Al-Fahim, the Egyptian engineer who had led the reconstruction efforts. "All chambers are synchronized and responding correctly to test signals." "And if it doesn't work?" Nikolaos asked quietly, voicing the concern that had haunted them all. "Then we've still advanced our understanding of seismic processes by decades," Elena replied. "And the evacuation plans are in place. We've done everything humanly possible." The final countdown began. Monitoring equipment throughout the Mediterranean basin recorded a steadily increasing pattern of minor tremors along the identified fault line. The ancient prediction appeared to be unfolding with remarkable precision. On the projected day, Elena and her core team gathered in a monitoring center established on a Greek naval vessel positioned at a safe distance from the fault line. Screens displayed data from both modern equipment and the reactivated ancient network. "Seismic activity increasing," reported a technician, "matching projected patterns with an 89% accuracy." Elena watched as the displays showed energy building along the fault line, pressure accumulating that would, if released all at once, generate a massive undersea earthquake and subsequent tsunami. Intervention network status? She asked, her voice steady despite the tension. All 5 stations online and responding, Sophia confirmed. Crystal formations are generating counter vibrations as designed. Energy dissipation has begun. For the next several hours, they monitored the delicate balance between building pressure and the intervention network's efforts to release it gradually. The ancient technology was functioning exactly as the instructions had indicated, generating precisely calibrated counter-vibrations that allowed the fault to slip in small, controlled movements rather than in one catastrophic event. "It's working," Andreas said finally, studying the data with wonder in his eyes. "The pressure is dissipating without a major rupture." By nightfall, it was clear that the crisis had been averted. The fault had released its energy in a series of minor tremors, noticeable but causing minimal damage and no tsunami. The ancient intervention network had performed exactly as designed. As the tension in the monitoring center gave way to celebrations, Elena stepped outside onto the deck of the vessel, gazing up at the night sky. The same stars that had shone down on the ancient engineers who had created this remarkable system now witnessed its successful reactivation after thousands of years of silence. Nikolaus joined her, leaning against the railing. "What happens now?" he asked. "Now we learn," Elena replied. "We've been given a second chance to understand this technology, not just as an archaeological curiosity, but as a living system that could transform our relationship with the planet. The Oracle network will need guardians," Nikolaus observed. "People to maintain it, to understand it, to ensure the knowledge isn't lost again." Elena smiled, thinking of the generations of priestesses who had served as the original guardians, preserving crucial knowledge in the form of prophecies and sacred rituals. "Perhaps that's been our role all along," she said softly. "Not to discover something new, but to remember something ancient, to reconnect with an understanding our ancestors possessed, but we had forgotten." 3 months later, Elena stood on the steps of the reconstructed Temple of Apollo at Delphi, now integrated with a modern research facility that housed both the ancient mechanism and state-of-the-art monitoring equipment. The Oracle network was fully operational, with international teams of scientists stationed at each intervention site. As she looked out over the valley below, she reflected on how profoundly their understanding of history had changed. The ancient world had not been primitive or unsophisticated, but had possessed insights and technologies that modern civilization was only beginning to rediscover. The spiral symbol that had first caught her attention on the ancient tablets was now the logo of the Oracle Network Initiative, a reminder that knowledge moved in cycles, sometimes forgotten only to be remembered again when the need was greatest. And as the sun set over Mount Parnassus, casting long shadows across ruins that had guarded their secrets for thousands of years, Elena thought she could almost hear the whispered voice of the Oracle, speaking across the ages. "Knowledge is the light that guides us through dark ages. What is forgotten may be remembered when the stars align once more." The stars had aligned. The forgotten had been remembered, and humanity had been given a rare second chance to learn from its distant past, not just about history, but about how to create a more harmonious future. In the year following the successful prevention of the Mediterranean tsunami, the Oracle Network became a new paradigm in how humanity approached natural disasters. No longer were earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and tsunamis viewed as inevitable catastrophes to be endured. They were now challenges that could potentially be managed through a deeper understanding of the Earth's systems. Elena found herself at the center of a scientific revolution. The integration of ancient wisdom with modern technology had created something genuinely new, a hybrid discipline that combined archaeology, geology, engineering, and a half-dozen other fields. Universities around the world established departments dedicated to what was being called paleotechnology, the study and adaptation of ancient technical knowledge. On a crisp autumn morning, Elena walked through the expanded Delphi Research Complex, which now housed over 200 scientists and support staff from 27 countries. What had begun as an archaeological dig was now the headquarters of the most ambitious geological engineering project in human history. The UN Security Council has unanimously approved the expansion, Nikolaus informed her as they entered the main monitoring chamber. Phase 2 funding is secured. We can begin identifying additional node locations beyond the Mediterranean basin. Elena nodded, studying the global map displayed on the main screen. Red dots indicated the current network nodes, the 5 original intervention sites plus 3 new ones established in areas of high seismic activity. Yellow dots marked potential future sites based on the patterns they had decoded from the ancient tablets. The Indonesian government has officially requested a node following the tremors near Sumatra, Sophia added, joining them. And Japan is fast-tracking approval for 2 sites along their eastern coast. Progress, Elena said, a note of satisfaction in her voice. Though we still have so much to learn. The expanded network had already demonstrated its effectiveness, preventing what would have been a significant earthquake in Turkey 4 months earlier. But each successful intervention brought new questions about the long-term implications of manipulating geological processes that had shaped the Earth for billions of years. Dr. Macris, a young researcher, called from a nearby workstation. We're receiving unusual readings from Chamber 3. Elena moved quickly to examine the data. Chamber 3, the intervention site on Crete, was showing fluctuations in its crystal formation that didn't match any pattern they had previously observed. It's not responding to seismic activity, she noted, analyzing the waveforms. These oscillations appear to be internally generated, like it's sending a signal rather than receiving one, Sophia suggested. Elena felt a chill of recognition. Check the astronomical alignment module, she instructed. See if there's any correlation with celestial positions. The ancient system had repeatedly demonstrated connections between astronomical alignments and geological activity, connections that modern science was still working to understand. The tablets had referred to certain celestial configurations as awakening patterns that would trigger specific responses in the network. There's a conjunction of Jupiter and Saturn occurring now, the researcher confirmed after consulting another display. The alignment matches one described in the Delphi tablets as the Great Remembering. All chambers are showing similar activity now, Sophia reported, her fingers moving rapidly across her console. They're synchronized, operating as a unified system for the first time since reactivation. The central mechanism in the Delphi chamber began rotating more rapidly, its concentric rings realigning into a new configuration. The light patterns it projected changed, forming a complex, 3-dimensional model in the center of the room, a globe of the Earth with glowing lines connecting various points. It's showing us something new, Elena breathed. Not just the Mediterranean network, but a global one. Look at these nodal points in the Americas, in Asia, in Africa. The projection identified dozens of locations across every continent, many corresponding to known ancient sites, others in seemingly random locations. Lines of energy flowed between them in pulsing waves, creating a lattice-like pattern that encompassed the entire planet. It's beautiful, Nikolaus murmured. Like a planetary nervous system. As they watched, the projection zoomed in on one particular location, a point in the Amazon rainforest that pulsed with unusual brightness. Coordinates appeared beside it, along with a symbol they had seen on the tablets, a spiral within a circle, which they had come to understand represented a primary node in the network. That's not just any node, Elena realized. Based on the iconography, that might be a control center, something more significant than the chambers we've discovered so far. Within days, an expedition was organized. Elena, Sophia, and a team of specialists from the Oracle Network flew to Brazil, where they were joined by local archaeologists and representatives from the Brazilian government. Satellite imagery had identified unusual geometric patterns beneath the forest canopy at the coordinates provided by the Delphi mechanism, patterns too regular to be natural. The journey to the site required a combination of small aircraft and riverboats, taking them deep into one of the most remote regions of the Amazon basin. As they approached the coordinates, their guides from an indigenous community shared stories that had been passed down through generations. Our ancestors speak of the place of singing stones, explained Tawa, their lead guide, a sacred site where the earth speaks to those who know how to listen. It has been forbidden to visit for as long as our stories remember. Has anyone from your community ever seen it? Elena asked. Tawa shook his head. Not in living memory. But the stories say it is guarded by spirits who sleep until the world needs them. The expedition established a base camp a kilometer from the target site, carefully planning their approach to minimize environmental impact. Ground-penetrating radar confirmed the presence of extensive stone structures beneath the surface, covered by centuries of soil and vegetation. Early the next morning, they began the final approach. As they drew nearer to the coordinates, Elena noticed something unusual, a subtle vibration underfoot, almost like a distant hum traveling through the earth itself. Do you feel that? She asked Sophia, who nodded. Seismic activity? No, Elena replied, consulting her instruments. No earthquake readings. This is something else. The vibration intensified as they approached a clearing where larger trees formed a rough circle around an area of dense undergrowth. Within this natural boundary, they discovered what appeared to be stone blocks partially visible through the soil, the first physical evidence of the structure they sought. As the team carefully cleared away layers of vegetation and earth, a pattern began to emerge. Massive stone blocks fitted together with the same precision they had observed at other ancient sites. But the scale was different. While the chambers at Delphi and Dodona had been relatively modest in size, this structure extended over a much larger area. This isn't just another node, Nikolaus observed as more of the structure was revealed. The dimensions suggest something far more significant. By mid-afternoon, they had uncovered enough to identify what appeared to be an entrance, a recessed doorway with familiar spiral patterns carved into the lintel stone. Unlike the sealed entrances they had found at other sites, this one stood partially open, as if waiting for them. The vibrations are coming from inside, Elena confirmed, her instruments detecting a clear pattern emanating from within the structure. Consistent frequency, non-random pattern. This isn't geological in origin, it's technological. After ensuring the entrance was structurally stable, Elena led a small team into the darkness beyond, their powerful lights revealing a corridor that descended gently into the earth. The walls were lined with the same crystalline material they had observed in the Dodona chamber, but here it glowed faintly with its own inner light, responding to their presence. It's active, Sophia whispered. The system is already awake. The corridor opened into a vast chamber that took their breath away. Unlike the relatively simple designs of the intervention nodes, this space was cathedral-like in its dimensions and complexity. The ceiling arched 20 meters above them, supported by columns of crystal that pulsed with slowly changing colors. The floor was an intricate mosaic depicting what appeared to be a map of the world, recognizable despite showing coastlines that hadn't existed for thousands of years. At the center of the chamber stood what could only be described as a throne, a seat carved from a single piece of crystal, positioned before a console-like structure embedded with smaller crystals in various configurations. This is it, Elena breathed. The control center for the entire network. As they moved further into the chamber, the lights within the crystal columns intensified, and the humming vibration grew stronger. The mosaic floor beneath their feet began to glow along specific lines, the same network pattern they had observed in the Delphi projection. It's responding to our presence, Nikolaus observed. Almost as if it was expecting us, Elena finished. They approached the central console cautiously. The crystalline structures embedded within it pulsed in patterns that suggested functionality, like an ancient computer awaiting input. The design is similar to elements we've seen in the other chambers, Sophia noted, examining the console without touching it, but far more complex. This doesn't just monitor or intervene, it coordinates the entire system. Elena studied the symbols etched around the console's edge, variations of the spiral pattern they had come to recognize, along with astronomical symbols and mathematical notations. One symbol in particular caught her attention, a handprint carved into the crystal surface, similar to the depression she had found in the Delphi chamber but more elaborate. Acting on intuition, Elena slowly placed her hand on the carved impression. The crystal warmed beneath her palm, and the humming vibration changed frequency, rising in pitch. Throughout the chamber, the light patterns shifted, focusing inward toward the central console. A holographic projection appeared above the console, a three-dimensional representation of the Earth with the network nodes highlighted as points of light connected by flowing lines of energy. It was similar to what they had seen at Delphi, but far more detailed and dynamic. It's showing the current status of the network, Elena realized. Look, our reactivated nodes are brighter than the others. The projection zoomed in, focusing on the Mediterranean region where their work had begun, then expanded again to show the global system. Data appeared beside various nodes, information in the same symbolic language they had been working to decipher from the tablets. This is incredible, Sophia murmured, recording everything with multiple cameras. It's like a planetary monitoring system, showing geological activity, weather patterns, even ocean currents. As they watched, the projection changed again, highlighting a region in the Pacific Ocean. Warning symbols appeared, along with what appeared to be a timeline. If I'm interpreting this correctly, Elena said slowly, it's predicting a major seismic event in the Pacific Ring of Fire, specifically near the Mariana Trench. Timeframe approximately 7 months from now. Bigger than what we prevented in the Mediterranean? Nikolaus asked. Much bigger, Elena confirmed, studying the symbols. This would be global in its impact. The implications were staggering. They had discovered not just another node in the network, but a command center capable of monitoring geological activity across the entire planet. And it was warning them about a threat far greater than anything they had previously encountered. As Elena removed her hand from the console, the projection remained active, continuing to display data about the predicted event. The system had awakened fully now, its ancient technology humming with renewed purpose. We need to get this information back to headquarters immediately, she said, and begin planning for global expansion of the intervention network. If this prediction is accurate, we'll need nodes operational throughout the Pacific Basin within 6 months. As they prepared to leave the chamber, carefully documenting everything for further study, Elena paused for a final look at the incredible structure. The ancient builders had created something that transcended their time, a system designed to outlast civilizations, to sleep through dark ages, and to reawaken when humanity had developed the capacity to understand it again. They knew, she said softly. They knew that knowledge would be lost, that civilizations would rise and fall. So they built something that could wait, for thousands of years if necessary, until we were ready to remember. Sophia nodded, understanding the weight of the discovery. Not just a technology, but a message across time. A gift from our ancestors to their distant children. As they emerged from the chamber into the fading afternoon light, Elena felt a profound sense of connection, not just to the ancient builders of the Oracle network, but to future generations who would benefit from this rediscovered knowledge. The spiral pattern that had first caught her attention on an ancient tablet had led them on a journey that was only beginning. The stars had aligned. The forgotten had been remembered. And humanity stood on the threshold of a new relationship with the living planet that had shaped its destiny for countless millennia. In the months that followed, the Amazon Control Center, now officially designated Primary Node Alpha, became the headquarters for an expanded global initiative. Teams worked around the clock to interpret the wealth of data provided by the awakened system and to implement its warning about the Pacific threat. Governments around the Pacific Rim, initially skeptical, were convinced by the Oracle network's demonstrated success in the Mediterranean. Construction began on intervention nodes at key locations throughout the region, following the patterns indicated by the control center's projections. 6 months later, as the predicted event approached, Elena stood in the monitoring center at Primary Node Alpha, watching as data flowed in from the newly established Pacific network. The ancient system had been fully integrated with modern technology, creating a hybrid approach that combined the wisdom of the past with the capabilities of the present. All intervention nodes report ready status, Sophia announced as the final preparations were completed. The network is operating at 94% of projected capacity, sufficient for the calculated requirements. Then we wait, Elena said, her eyes on the global projection that dominated the center of the chamber. When the event began, it unfolded exactly as the ancient system had predicted. A massive shifting of tectonic plates near the Mariana Trench triggered what would have been one of the largest earthquakes in recorded history. But as the energy built, the intervention network responded, generating precisely calibrated counter-vibrations that allowed the pressure to release gradually across a wider area. What might have been a catastrophic single event became a series of manageable smaller ones, distributed over time and space in a way that minimized damage and prevented the devastating tsunami that would have followed. As the data confirmed their success, a cheer went up from the team. They had faced their greatest test and proven that the rediscovered technology could address geological threats on a global scale. In the quiet aftermath, Elena stood alone in the chamber, her hand resting lightly on the ancient console that had guided them. The crystal was warm beneath her palm, humming with the gentle vibration that seemed to connect it to the living earth. "Thank you," she whispered to the unknown architects who had created this marvel, engineers and visionaries who had understood that knowledge was the most precious resource, worth preserving even if it meant hiding it away until the world was ready to understand it again. The Oracle's chamber had been just the beginning, the first key that unlocked a door to humanity's forgotten past and, perhaps, to a wiser future. The spiral symbol that had first caught Elena's attention was now recognized around the world, a sign of hope and of humanity's renewed commitment to working in harmony with the planet's powerful forces rather than merely enduring them. As new nodes continued to be discovered and activated, the Oracle network expanded its capabilities beyond merely preventing disasters to addressing other planetary challenges, helping to stabilize weather patterns, protect vulnerable ecosystems, and even begin the long process of healing damage done by centuries of industrial activity. The ancient technology, it seemed, had been designed not just as a warning system, but as a planetary healing network, a system for maintaining the delicate balance of Earth's interconnected systems. The oracles of old had been not just prophets, but physicians, tending to the health of the living planet that sustained them. And now, after millennia of silence, their wisdom spoke again, not in cryptic prophecies but in the universal language of science, teaching humanity to listen once more to the voice of the earth itself. The stars had aligned, the forgotten had been remembered, and the spiral of knowledge continued its eternal journey, from past to future, from darkness to light, and back again in the great cycle of human understanding. With the success of the Oracle network in mitigating major seismic events, interest in ancient technologies surged across scientific communities worldwide. Universities established cross-disciplinary programs combining archaeology, engineering, and earth sciences. Governments funded expeditions to investigate ruins with new eyes, searching for other forgotten knowledge that might benefit humanity. 1 year after the Pacific event, Elena stood on the observation deck of a newly constructed research facility built adjacent to Primary Node Alpha in the Amazon. The structure had been designed to minimize environmental impact while providing the infrastructure needed to study and maintain the ancient system. Solar panels and advanced composting systems ensured it operated with nearly zero footprint, respecting the fragile ecosystem surrounding it. The latest satellite data confirms another potential node location, Sophia reported, joining Elena at the railing. Northern Tibet, near Mount Kailash. The geological signature matches what we've seen at other node sites. Mount Kailash, Elena mused, considered sacred in 4 religions. Another example of spiritual traditions preserving the memory of these sites. The Chinese government has already granted preliminary access for an exploratory team, Sophia continued. They're particularly interested after the network's success in predicting and mitigating tremors along the Longminshan Fault last month. Elena nodded, making a mental note to review the expedition plans. The Oracle network had expanded to 15 active nodes across 5 continents, with more being discovered or reconstructed monthly. Each new node enhanced the network's capabilities, allowing for more precise interventions and longer-range predictions. But despite their successes, Elena found herself increasingly preoccupied with deeper questions. The technology they were rediscovering was sophisticated beyond anything they had expected from ancient civilizations. The control center in the Amazon contained knowledge that seemed impossibly advanced for its estimated age. Have you reviewed the latest carbon dating results from the control center materials? She asked. Sophia nodded, her expression serious. That's actually why I came to find you. The lab confirmed the preliminary findings. The organic components in the binding materials date to approximately 12,000 years ago, predating every known advanced civilization, Elena said quietly. Even predating what we thought was the beginning of organized agriculture. The date placed the construction of the control center firmly in what archaeologists had traditionally considered the Late Stone Age, a time when humans were supposed to be living in small hunter-gatherer groups with only the most rudimentary technology. It challenges everything we thought we knew about human history, Sophia acknowledged. Or suggests we weren't the first advanced civilization on this planet, Elena added, giving voice to the theory that had been forming in her mind for months. Before they could discuss further, Nikolaus approached with an urgent expression. Elena, we're detecting unusual activity from the control center. The primary console has activated on its own. They hurried to the monitoring station within the ancient chamber. The crystalline console was pulsing with light, projecting a holographic display that rotated slowly above it. Unlike the Earth model they had seen before, this projection showed what appeared to be the solar system, with particular emphasis on the positions of the planets. It's tracking a specific astronomical alignment, one of the technicians explained. According to our calculations, this configuration will occur in approximately 3 weeks. Elena studied the projection, noting how it highlighted energy flows between the planets and the sun. The ancient texts referred to celestial alignments affecting Earth's energy systems. We've been interpreting that metaphorically, but what if it's literal? What if certain planetary alignments actually influence geological processes? Modern science has never proven such connections, Nikolaus pointed out. Modern science also couldn't explain how these chambers function until we saw them in operation, Elena countered. We need to prepare for the possibility that this alignment will trigger something significant. As the predicted alignment approached, the Oracle network systems showed increasing activity. The crystalline formations at all active nodes began resonating at new frequencies, and the network's predictive models indicated growing pressure in several geological systems simultaneously, as if the Earth itself was responding to the impending celestial configuration. 3 days before the alignment, Elena convened an emergency meeting of the Oracle Network's International Oversight Committee via holographic conference. The data suggests we're facing something unprecedented, she explained, displaying the network's projections. Not a single major event, but simultaneous pressure increase in multiple systems worldwide. It's as if the network is preparing for a planet-wide seismic event. Is this the proverbial big one that doomsayers have predicted for centuries? Asked Dr. Yamamoto from the Japanese contingent. Not exactly, Elena replied. The pattern doesn't indicate catastrophic ruptures, but rather a global rebalancing, multiple moderate events distributed across all major fault systems. If they occurred simultaneously without intervention, the compounded effect would be devastating. Can the current network handle an event of this scale? The question came from Dr. Chun, representing China. At our current capacity, no, Elena admitted. We would need at least 7 additional nodes activated and synchronized with the existing network, which is why we're proposing an accelerated deployment schedule. The committee approved the emergency measures. For the next 72 hours, teams worked around the clock to bring new nodes online and enhance the capacity of existing ones. Governments worldwide were placed on alert, and contingency evacuation plans were reviewed for high-risk regions. On the morning of the alignment, Elena stood in the control chamber at primary node Alpha, her hand resting on the ancient console as she monitored the network status. The crystalline structure hummed beneath her palm, vibrating with energy that seemed to flow from the Earth itself. Final node in the Ural Mountains is now online, Sophia reported. All 22 intervention sites report ready status. Elena nodded, her eyes on the holographic projection showing both the approaching planetary alignment and the network of energy flowing between the nodes. The ancient system was operating at full capacity for the first time in millennia, preparing to manage forces on a scale they had never before attempted to address. The alignment begins in 17 minutes, Nikolaus announced, checking the astronomical data. First effects should be detectable shortly thereafter. As the planets moved into their predicted configuration, the control chamber's crystals began to pulse with increasing intensity. The holographic display showed energy waves rippling through the Earth's crust, starting subtle but growing stronger by the minute. Initial seismic activity detected in the mid-Atlantic ridge, a technician reported, followed by movement along the Pacific Ring of Fire. The pattern is expanding globally, just as predicted. Elena watched as the network responded, the intervention nodes generating counter-vibrations that flowed through the Earth's crust, moderating the building pressure. It was working, but the system was clearly under strain, operating at the limits of its capacity. Energy levels are approaching maximum sustainable threshold at nodes 7 and 13, Sophia warned. Redistribute through the Tibetan and Andean nodes, Elena instructed. They have additional capacity. For 6 hours, they managed the global response, directing the network's resources to address each new pressure point as it emerged. What might have been a series of devastating earthquakes was moderated into manageable tremors, noticeable but causing minimal damage. As the planetary alignment passed its peak and the seismic activity began to subside, Elena finally allowed herself to breathe more easily. The network had performed beyond their expectations, successfully managing a planetary-scale geological event. We did it, Nikolaus said, the relief evident in his voice. But even as the immediate crisis passed, Elena's attention was drawn to something new appearing in the holographic display. As the planetary model continued its rotation, a new element appeared, a trajectory line extending from beyond the orbit of Mars, approaching Earth on a long elliptical path. What is that? She asked, pointing to the new projection. It appears to be tracking an object, Sophia replied, analyzing the data. Based on the trajectory, a near-Earth asteroid or comet. According to these calculations, it will make a close approach in approximately 16 months. How close? Nikolaus asked. Too close, Sophia said grimly. If these projections are accurate, it passes within the moon's orbit. There's a non-zero probability of impact. The implications were staggering. The Oracle network, designed to address terrestrial geological threats, was now warning them about a danger from space. It suggested the ancient system had been created to protect Earth from multiple categories of existential threats, not just earthquakes and volcanoes, but cosmic impacts as well. The ancients who built this system, Elena said slowly, they weren't just concerned with managing plate tectonics. They were creating a planetary defense system. Over the following weeks, modern astronomical observations confirmed the ancient system's prediction. A previously undetected asteroid approximately 2 kilometers in diameter was indeed on a trajectory that would bring it alarmingly close to Earth. While initial calculations showed it would likely miss the planet, the margin of error included potential impact scenarios. The discovery prompted a new phase of research into the Oracle network's capabilities. If the system could predict and potentially help address threats from space, what other functions might it serve that they hadn't yet recognized? 3 months later, Elena led a team to investigate a newly discovered node located beneath the Rikat structure in Mauritania, often called the Eye of Africa for its distinctive circular appearance visible from space. The site had long puzzled geologists, who had attributed its formation to natural erosion despite its unusually perfect concentric circles. What they discovered beneath the structure transformed their understanding of the Oracle network's full purpose. Unlike the intervention nodes designed to manage geological pressures, the Mauritanian site contained technology that appeared to generate and direct energy upward towards space. It's not just for monitoring, Elena realized as they studied the ancient machinery. It's a projection system capable of generating focused energy beams directed outward from the planet. Further investigation revealed similar capabilities at 2 other nodes positioned at roughly equidistant points around the globe. Together, they formed a triangulated network that could, in theory, generate enough energy to affect the trajectory of approaching objects. They built a planetary defense system, Nicolaus marveled, capable of nudging incoming asteroids just enough to prevent an impact. And they integrated it with the geological management system, Sophia added, understanding that the two were connected, that a major impact would trigger seismic events that would need to be managed. As the approaching asteroid grew closer, the Oracle network's projection capabilities were tested for the first time in thousands of years. Working in conjunction with modern space agencies, the ancient technology was activated to generate precisely calculated energy pulses aimed at the incoming object. The results exceeded all expectations. The energy projection, combined with conventional deflection methods deployed by an international space mission, successfully altered the asteroid's trajectory, ensuring it would pass Earth at a safe distance. In the aftermath of this success, Elena found herself once again standing in the Amazon control chamber, contemplating the implications of what they had discovered. The Oracle network was revealing itself to be far more than a geological management system. It was a comprehensive planetary protection infrastructure, designed by an advanced civilization that had understood threats humans would face thousands of years in the future. Who were they? She wondered aloud, her hand resting on the ancient console. And why did their knowledge disappear from history? As if responding to her question, the console activated, projecting a new holographic display different from anything they had seen before. It showed a timeline, stretching back far beyond recorded history, marked with symbols indicating major astronomical, geological, and climatic events. And at several points along this timeline, the same spiral symbol appeared, followed by images of civilization rising, flourishing, and then abruptly disappearing only to begin again later, the spiral repeating its eternal cycle. It's showing us that this has happened before, Elena realized with growing awe. Civilizations rising to advanced levels, facing some kind of extinction event, and then having to rebuild from scratch. The final sequence in the projection showed their current civilization, marked with the familiar spiral, followed by something new, a diverging timeline where the spiral continued upward rather than collapsing and beginning again. A choice point, Sophia whispered. They're showing us that we have a chance to break the cycle. As the implications sank in, Elena understood that the Oracle network represented more than just ancient technology. It was a message across time. A hand reached back through the millennia to help humanity avoid the fate of previous civilizations. The spiral that had first caught her attention on an ancient tablet in Delphi wasn't just a symbol, it was a warning and a promise. A record of cycles of knowledge lost and found again, and an invitation to finally break that cycle by remembering what had been forgotten. The stars had aligned. The forgotten had been remembered. And humanity stood at a crossroads, with the wisdom of the past offering guidance for navigating an uncertain future. As word of the Oracle Network's astronomical capabilities spread through the scientific community, the implications resonated far beyond geology and archaeology. Astronomers, physicists, and space agencies worldwide began to integrate their research with the ancient system's predictive models, creating a new field that bridged modern science with rediscovered knowledge. 6 months after the asteroid deflection, Elena was invited to address the United Nations General Assembly. Standing before representatives from all member nations, she presented what they had learned. The Oracle Network represents a technological heritage that predates our current understanding of human history, she explained, as holographic displays showed the global system of nodes and their connections. This technology demonstrates that an advanced civilization existed at least 12,000 years ago, a civilization with scientific understanding in some ways comparable to or exceeding our own. She paused, letting the implications sink in. But more importantly, the Oracle Network appears to have been designed specifically as a gift to the future, to us. It was created to survive the collapse of its builder's civilization and to reawaken when humanity had once again developed the capacity to understand and use it. The chamber was silent as the delegates absorbed this perspective. The evidence suggests this is not the first time human civilization has reached an advanced state, only to face extinction-level threats and collapse. The Oracle Network shows us that we stand at a critical juncture, one where we might break this cycle and create a more sustainable future. In the days following her address, a new multinational initiative was established, the Continuity Project. Its mission was not just to study and maintain the Oracle Network, but to ensure that humanity's accumulated knowledge would never again be lost, even in the face of global catastrophe. 3 months later, Elena found herself in the highlands of Tibet, supervising the integration of a newly discovered node near Mount Kailash with the global network. The site, hidden within a cave system beneath the sacred mountain, contained technologies similar to those found in the Amazon Control Center, but with unique characteristics that suggested specialized functions. The crystal formations here are different, Sophia observed as they examined the central chamber. More elongated, with distinctive internal structures. And look at the positioning, Elena added, studying the orientation of the main console. It's aligned precisely with the mountain's peak, which itself has this unusual pyramidal shape. As they investigated further, they discovered that the Tibetan node had capabilities beyond what they had seen at other sites. When activated, it generated energy fields that interacted with the Earth's magnetic field in ways they were only beginning to understand. It appears to be monitoring or possibly influencing the planetary magnetic field, Nikolaus suggested after analyzing the data. Perhaps as a way of protecting against solar activity or other cosmic radiation. The discovery opened new avenues of research. If the Oracle Network could help manage not just geological forces and asteroid threats, but also the planet's protective magnetic field, its value to humanity's long-term survival was even greater than they had realized. As more nodes were discovered and activated, a comprehensive picture began to emerge. The ancient system addressed a spectrum of planetary systems, not just tectonic activity and cosmic threats, but climate stability, oceanic circulation patterns, and even the composition of the atmosphere. They understood Earth as an integrated system, Elena explained during a briefing with the Continuity Project Scientific Council. Not just individual components, but the complex relationships between them. They built technology that could monitor and, when necessary, gently influence these systems to maintain a state conducive to human civilization. A planetary thermostat, Dr. Miyamoto from the Japanese contingent suggested. More like a planetary immune system, Elena countered. Designed to detect and respond to threats to the Earth's habitability, whether those threats come from within the system or from outside it. A year after the asteroid deflection, researchers made another breakthrough in understanding the ancient technology. Deep analysis of the crystalline structures used throughout the Oracle Network revealed that they weren't merely processing information, they were storing it, encoded in the very lattice structures of the crystals themselves. It's a data storage system, Sophia explained to Elena, her excitement palpable. The crystals contain vast amounts of information, not just about geological and astronomical patterns, but what appears to be cultural and historical records of the civilization that built the network. Decoding this information became a priority. Teams of linguists, mathematicians, and computer scientists worked to develop algorithms that could interpret the data embedded within the crystal matrices. Progress was slow but steady, with occasional breakthroughs providing tantalizing glimpses into the past. One evening, as Elena reviewed the latest decoding attempts in her office at the Amazon facility, Nikolaus burst in without knocking. "They've done it," he said breathlessly. "The team at Cambridge has decoded a coherent narrative sequence. You need to see this." He activated the holographic display, showing what appeared to be a historical record, images and symbols flowing in a sequence that told a story of a civilization rising to technological heights, facing a catastrophic threat, and making the decision to preserve their knowledge for future generations. They knew they couldn't save themselves, Elena said softly as the narrative became clear. So they built the Oracle network as a time capsule, a way to pass their understanding to whoever came after them. The record showed a global cataclysm, a combination of astronomical, geological, and climatic factors that had overwhelmed even their advanced civilization. But before their collapse, they had worked feverishly to construct the network of chambers and nodes, encoding their knowledge in crystals designed to last for millennia. "They're showing us what happened to them," Nikolaus said, as a warning about what could happen to us. "Not just a warning," Elena countered, watching as the sequence concluded with the now familiar spiral symbol rising upward rather than cycling back. "A guide to how we might avoid their fate." Further decoding revealed more specific information about the builders of the Oracle network. They had been a global civilization, with major centers of knowledge on every continent. Their technology had been based on profound understanding of natural systems and energy flows rather than the extraction and combustion processes that had fueled modern industrial civilization. They worked with the planet rather than against it, Elena explained during another UN briefing. Their technologies were designed to enhance and support natural systems, not override or deplete them. This perspective began to influence the development of new technologies inspired by the Oracle network. Scientists studying the ancient energy systems discovered principles that could be applied to create more efficient, less environmentally damaging power generation methods. Engineers found inspiration in the network's self-healing materials and adaptive systems. 2 years after the discovery of the Amazon Control Center, humanity had begun to integrate the ancient knowledge into modern civilization. New cities were being designed with principles learned from the Oracle network, built to work with natural systems rather than against them. Energy technologies inspired by the ancient crystals were reducing dependence on fossil fuels. Early warning systems for natural disasters had saved countless lives. But Elena remained troubled by questions about the cycle of civilizations. If advanced human societies had risen and fallen before, what guaranteed that the current global civilization wouldn't meet the same fate? The answer began to emerge as more of the crystal-encoded data was deciphered. The builders of the Oracle network had identified a critical factor in their own collapse: knowledge fragmentation. Their civilization had developed specialized technologies and understanding that were concentrated in specific locations and held by limited groups. When crisis came, this centralization became a fatal vulnerability. "They're showing us that resilience requires redundancy," Elena explained to the Continuity Project Council. "Not just storing knowledge, but distributing it widely, ensuring it exists in multiple forms and locations." This insight led to the most ambitious aspect of the Continuity Project, a global initiative to create knowledge repositories using both modern and ancient technologies. Crystal encoding methods derived from the Oracle network were combined with advanced digital systems, traditional writing on durable materials, and even oral tradition to preserve humanity's accumulated wisdom in forms that could survive various potential catastrophes. These repositories were established at locations around the world, many integrated with Oracle network nodes to benefit from their protective systems. Each contained the core knowledge needed to rebuild civilization, from basic agriculture and medicine to advanced physics and engineering, recorded in formats ranging from simple pictures and text to sophisticated crystal matrices. 3 years after her discovery of the Oracle's chamber at Delphi, Elena stood at the entrance to one such repository, built into a mountainside in New Zealand. The facility combined modern technology with principles learned from the ancient system, designed to survive and remain accessible even after thousands of years. "We've come full circle," Nikolaus observed as they toured the completed repository. "Like our predecessors, we're creating a gift for the future, insurance against the loss of everything we've learned." "But with one crucial difference," Elena replied. "We're still here. We haven't faced the extinction event that claimed the previous civilization. We have a chance to use their knowledge not just to preserve what we know, but to change our course." That opportunity was put to the test sooner than anyone expected. For years after the initial discovery at Delphi, the Oracle network detected early signs of a potentially devastating solar event, a massive coronal mass ejection on a trajectory that would strike Earth's magnetosphere with unprecedented force. Modern space weather monitoring systems soon confirmed the ancient technology's warning. Without protective measures, the incoming solar storm would cause widespread failure of electrical grids and communication systems, potentially setting modern civilization back decades. But this time, humanity was prepared. The Oracle network's magnetic field stabilization capabilities, combined with modern defensive measures, allowed for a coordinated global response. As the solar storm struck, the ancient system worked in concert with contemporary technology to strengthen and direct the planet's magnetic field, minimizing the impact. What might have been a civilization-threatening disaster became merely a notable astronomical event, with limited and manageable technological disruptions. The Oracle network had fulfilled its purpose, not just as a record of ancient knowledge, but as an active system for planetary defense. In the aftermath, Elena found herself once again in the Amazon control chamber, studying the holographic projections that showed the solar storm's interaction with Earth's protective systems. The ancient technology had performed flawlessly, suggesting its builders had faced and overcome similar threats. As she placed her hand on the crystal console, the projection shifted, showing the familiar timeline of rising and falling civilizations. But now, a new element appeared, a branch in the timeline showing the current civilization continuing upward, breaking the cycle of collapse and rebirth. They hoped for this, Elena realized. They built the Oracle network not just to warn us or help us survive, but to give us a chance to evolve beyond the patterns that have defined human history. The spiral symbol appeared once more, but transformed, no longer a cycle returning to its beginning, but a helix climbing upward, representing continuity and growth rather than repetition. 5 years after the discovery at Delphi, the integration of ancient wisdom with modern science had transformed humanity's relationship with the planet and with its own past and future. The Oracle network, once hidden and forgotten, now formed the backbone of a new approach to civilization, one based on understanding and working with Earth systems rather than exploiting and fighting against them. Universities worldwide offered programs in paleotechnology and integrated systems management. New cities were being designed with principles derived from the ancient knowledge. Energy systems inspired by the crystal technologies were replacing fossil fuels. The knowledge repositories continued to expand, ensuring that what humanity had learned, both recently and from its ancient predecessors, would never again be lost. And at the heart of it all was the spiral, the symbol that had first caught Elena's attention on an ancient tablet and had led her on a journey that transformed human understanding of both past and future. The stars aligned, she wrote in the introduction to her book chronicling the discovery and restoration of the Oracle network. The forgotten was remembered. And in remembering, we found not just answers about our past, but a new path forward, one that might finally break the cycle of rise and fall that has defined human civilization for millennia.